So, just wanted to process somewhat here some of the emotions I've been having for a while. Woke up and realized I've been having the same kind of issue for quite a while now, um, which is like the same thing. If I am connected to something, which, to my point of view, uh, there's a way to measure and test that instead of simply going with the idea that it's not there and possible. And I'd like to do that to be able to effectively put that possibility to rest. But for right now, I go with thanks to the level of impossible continual coincidences that are no deja vu in the slightest, that are directly linked to memories that I have in the past, saying one thing or another would occur, and the hypnotism level of, well, there's just a bunch of personalities from you self hypnotized, and we're extraordinarily good at predicting everything going on around the world at any point that you ever focused on it for more than a decade. And um, there's obvious signs here of people online that are listening and making not just usernames, but posts directly relating to things that I talked about, either recording even to not recording. And you can try and say similar minds can think alike as much as you want, but around the world, for over a decade, in every single thing, almost verbatim, if not literal verbatim, of what the person would say, what the study would be, the numbers there in the way it was edited, the story, the movie, the news, this, that. I mean, statistically, it's just ridiculously impossible to believe that all of it's a coincidence. And I've said this before. This is not my first time saying it. And so it's like, at first I was like, I'm just in psychosis. You know what I mean? This is a lot of coincidences, and it freaked me out. And I just needed to like get off the cannabis. I needed to like get socializing with someone. And be on some antipsychotics for a bit. And like really work on my coping skills and so on. And really try and focus on my life and live in the moment. Maybe not so focus so much on these other things that may or may not be there or occurring, or even if there were, they'll eventually leave me alone because you'll get bored as a person that just decided to peek and look in as to what some guy just talking to himself in his parents' home was doing. You know, that kind of thing. Like, you say what you want, but home security cameras are not fucking very uh, impossible at all to break into and be able to easily use. Like there's a lot there. Also with computers that are not updated very much, that my parents or other family members would decide to almost seemingly on purpose download like malware for use, and say what you want, but like I'm not perfect either. I'm sure I got caught a time or two because like I had I have an old OEM version of Windows that I was trying to trick into becoming a genuine version, because of course I can't afford $100+ fucking just product key every time I put a new motherboard or like a hard drive even, that I just want to move my operating system on over to an SSD or shit like that. It's just like, this is some BS. So, I'm gonna fucking find out what's out there that I can try and torrent that might help me, circumnavigate that particular issue. And so it's like, I'm not perfect in any way, on that side, and the weird glitches, visual glitches or visual glitches, drivers, update your drivers or whatever, or maybe you're overclocking too high, whatever, right? I can easily see why at the beginning I made the excuses I made. I can easily, oh, okay, you know what? It's just a couple of fucking asshole hackers that are fucking with me and really, going a little too far with it, if you're being honest. Trying to, really, you got magical powers or some shit, right? You know, it's just some hackers that I'm talking to, and I know that they're there, and say what you want, but it's kind of fun to fuck with people, right? And they're just harassing me. But it's, cyber stalking or whatever. There's some hacking. Sure, I might be able to go to the police about it, but uh, you know, most likely it won't change anything. You know what I mean? And so, all right, I gotta lay off. I gotta get, doing my own thing. Over a year later, well, over a decade is really what I should say, later. And it's like every fucking day. And like even this recording, I didn't want to do it because it's like I said I'd make this recording and post it online on YouTube. Like this very fucking recording I'm making, the same things I said I'd say. And it's like the worst part is the stupid memory loss thing, either because I tried to kill myself with that quinidine, which might not be very helpful, to the whole memory thing, to a combo of that, and maybe they were fucking around with my supplements. It's not impossible to just reseal supplements you buy and the box, you know what I mean? Sometimes they come in slightly opened. It's not impossible to do that. You think it's not a thing, but it's like, oh, they rip and tear in shipping. It's not unheard of, It's not that big of a deal, right? It's what that's same as me. The person out there that will listen to this and probably think the same thing. Hey, same as me. I had the same thought. That's literally what I was thinking. Same thing. Right? And it's like, okay, but eventually, right, it's like, it's not that hard to do that. Especially when it's day in, day out of me talking to myself, coming up with creative ideas, having them show up everywhere I look, like constantly everywhere I look. There's shootings, there's a Boston bombing, this person was elected, there's this YouTube video, this study. Fucking holy shit, how many studies? It just seems to go on and on. It's like, I'm just fucking. Maybe there's a network of these individuals, and we already know about the Dream Hack or some other shit, like the hacker network, and that they talk behind closed doors, and so I guess they were just fucking picking them up and then using them behind the scenes like a ghostwriter or whatever it is, right? you know And so it's like, well, that's stolen identity, right? Like, well, not identity. It's what you think. There, but I know what you're trying to say. Intellectual property is what you're trying to go with. Okay, and it's like, well, it's really hard to prove that. Like a hacker is hacking you and your intellectual property, and like you have to come up with, well, physics does allow for it, I suppose. It's a bit odd, isn't it? But it's like they're smart enough. It's not impossible to do it. It's like you can see why it starts ramping up and escalating, right? Like you can kind of grasp where that comes from, because it's like statistically it gets harder and harder to say that that is still just a coincidence. It's like it's too unlikely. Like there's too many orders of magnitude after a certain point of unlikely statistical coincidental occurrences. Even with people think similarly, even if they wrote it similarly, and you were really good, big brain, you got it without even needing to do the experiment stuff. Even predictive analysis of our weather that I didn't look at. Random asteroid proto moons we suddenly get. Onomatopoeia suddenly showing up. Shouldn't be able to know it's there. It's like it just keeps getting escalated for me. You know what I mean? It's like who wouldn't eventually start to have knowledge that there's just too many damn times a luck and coincidence to really be a reasonable, logical, rational explanation for what's going on. See what I'm saying? It's like there's just no real way for that after a certain point. Like, it just can't be. Like, there's, at this point, every second of every day, over a decade, that I have predicted. There's no deja vu feeling. It's just a memory pops up again. And it's like, it's less likely than you shuffling a deck of cards properly and you doing it again and you coming up with a royal flush from both of those decks of cards. That level of statistical improbability is insane. It's like that level of just how. Like it doesn't make sense after a point. Like you can do coincidence and similar minds and so on, whatever, right? For a while, like you can do it for years. Like for real, I mean that. Like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You could do that. But I'll tell you the truth. I started doing that when I was in kindergarten. It's like, for me, the Chandler House, I talk about the Chandler House a lot because it's like, there's no way you wouldn't be able to get that information and be able to work from that to this point, which would still be over 7 damn years. But it's like, I started in kindergarten. I don't know about statistical math probabilities in kindergarten at all. But it's like, if I really want to trace my memories back, it starts back then. It's like, they're not perfect memories, and so it's like, well, it's not verbatim, I guess, but maybe I'm just not remembering it right, or, this is how they would phrase it instead of like how I phrased it, like that kind of thing, and it starts popping up more and more around the world in my everyday life, we're talking weather, we're talking, big ginormous natural disasters, we're talking, wars, we're talking famine, we're talking fucking, people saying these things exactly as I thought they would. Studies even back then, a sudden this, that, or whatever invention that's being sold, or hey, guess what? They have an automatic shotgun, USA 12 or whatever it fucking was, UAS 12 thing, the automatic. It's like, I was remembering when I was in fucking middle school, and it's like, and this is how you would do the thing as I'm walking the mile that I have to walk in PE, and I'm like, I like guns. I'm just gonna like, how would I make an automatic shotgun? Well, yeah, you definitely want to use a magazine because like the belt thing fucking will get gummed up. It's like you definitely have it move all of it, the shock value, the recoil into the body of the gun, and then you'd want it to be really relatively easy to manufacture, so you'd have to stamp it. And like these are all memories for me. Comes out, that's exactly how they're doing it. I was like, look, the guy thought this. I thought similar to this really smart person. That's my first thought. That's actually how I thought back then. You know. Like back then, like I'm a fucking person in middle school, so it's like, oh man, I came up with a good way to do something. Turned out someone else did it too, and it works for them pretty well. Yeah, that's pretty good. Right? It's like simple stuff. And it doesn't, boom in the brain, right? The brain doesn't just immediately go, oh, you know? It's like, it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence, right? That's all it is. Like they happen to everyone. People can have similar thoughts. You see it all the time. Like with the stories they write and scripts, so on. You study similar, and the physics are the same, so they'll discover similar things, like that kind of thing, right? Except it's like, oh, do you remember when you started that before you entered elementary school? And it's like, huh? Oh, wait a second. It's like, nah, it's just that. It can happen. If you talk about a period over time, it's bound to occur consistently over, series of periods of time, and it's just gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna happen. Right? And so you can do that for a while. You can do that for a while. Okay? Like a long time. You see what I'm saying? Like well over a decade. Even like, oh, the weather. Okay, I mean, you're bound to get it right. Right? You know? Like statistically, it's going to happen. But when does it suddenly become that's no longer possible? Statistically, like actually speaking. Like, seriously, break that down in a mathematical way after a point. It's like how many coincidences exactingly and very close to within a 99% level of close every time. You know what I mean? Like, that's me. That's literally me. That's my daily life these days. And even back then, it wasn't exactly like it wasn't, because it turned out I brought it up, the memory, emotional processing by myself in that Chandler house. It's like, how would that lead to this? How would that lead to that? And why were they thinking like this? And so on and so on. And it's like you can get pretty good at because it was just that. It was me trying to get an objective look at what happened in my life so I could better process it emotionally with their perspective as a maybe this and so on, so I could be able to process and come to grips, get better, grow, progress, standard therapy stuff, right? Not a bad thing. Like, you got to do that in therapy, right? What happens when you get pretty much, well, not pretty much, exacting confirmation from your family members that that's literally what that was, that you were 100% right about their feelings in that moment, or what they were doing, or how that led to this, and you had no fucking way of telling that that's how that was going to happen or worked. And then you started doing it for other people throughout history, and you got exactingly that back as it was written in history for how they discovered it, the science, the studies, what they found, and you never read a damn bit of it. None of it's in your mind. It's not there. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I combed through all of the fucking. No, I didn't. No, I spent most of my time gaming and fucking masturbating like any other goddamn teenager. You know what I mean? That's all I did. I didn't comb through all the journals and catacombs of the studies of the fucking science. You know what I mean? I didn't do any of that. Lo and behold, the physics comes out to exactly what I was thinking that they would discover. They would write down, and more. Throughout thousands of years, how the history plays out, how the empires rise and fall, how it's written down, this person would do this, or that person would do that. They'd have these personality traits and more. It's like you can get pretty good at predicting people, right? So you just write, you know what I mean? Like, about how certain influences in a given culture and zeitgeist would influence decision making and personality traits and justifications and so on. Like, it's pretty easy to just, like, eventually get good at that, right? Okay, fine. So that's all it is. It's just coincidental still. Still really good at something, but it's just coincidental. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's like, okay, so like there may be a group of people that are listening in real time. It turns out I'm not a dumbass that doesn't see how the government could easily do that. Same thing with other hackers. Same thing with corporations. Comes out later, and then before I even said that's exactly what's going on. So it's like, alright, I got him again, whatever, okay. It's like, it looks like this chemical does exist, and it does do the thing I said it would. This physics is like this in quantum physics and engineering, in this thermodynamics, and this in this. I mean, what physics did I get wrong? Like, not even a joke back then. What did I ever get wrong? And then it's like, well, based upon these sensors and data and so on and how they produce the experiment, it should look like this, but actually, really realistically, the reason why it does is because what I am seeing, and I know for mine, it should really be this, but you're going to see it like that. Because that makes sense, because that's the way you're observing it. And what do they get? Exactly what they should have observed with how it is they're doing their experiment. Time and time again, over and over and over, exceedingly many years on. All right, so it's like, look, well, this is going on in the public eye, and they have these given tribal traits and beliefs, and given the percentage, let's say it was this percentage, and they would have these things in their life around this area or areas like this, and and so they would probably end up justifying this bomb or this mass shooting or and then what do you know? That's exactly where they ended up, and that's exactly how many shots they fired. That's exactly where they ended up in the floor or this gun, this area, and so on. I do my music, another person doing music, exactly the same. Same melody, same lyrics, same length. This movie, exactly the same. Same acting, pretty close at least. Same script, so lines, same ways of angling the shot, editing the movie, having this lighting, these sound effects, and so on. These political maneuvers, this one got elected. These ones got elected. This one had these issues come out. Based upon these beliefs of what could be there and how people might over embellish or actually kind of hide away some of the darker parts of the government and some of the corrupt parts and so on. And boom, those exact people and those very much exactly those news and how they phrased it and uh, bad sexual, problem, abuse, misconduct, to abuse of power, to all the rest of it. More studies keep coming out. Okay, so let's go with. I'm just gonna force an event. It's just predictive. Okay, I'll let you, because like I'm doing it to myself. It's like, you know what? If it was really more than predictive, then I'd be able to force something that shouldn't be like a thing that could occur, right? Right, like I'm gonna make this tidal wave hit Japan. I'm gonna have this earthquake. I'm gonna have this volcano go off. I'm gonna have this fucking random ass asteroid just come from the top of the star out of nowhere that we orbit, the sun, and then fucking fly past us. I'm gonna have a proto moon. Takes a few, weeks, months, a year goes. Oh, hey, look, there's the fucking asteroid. That's a tidal wave. That's a fucking volcano that happened. That's an earthquake. Those are the fires I said that would happen. Uh-oh. That is a bomb that did go off there. That is a solar flare that happened exactly at that time. I said it would. Those are weather events. This hurricane to New York or this hurricane to Florida with the actual amount of power is no longer this whatever it is F something. It's this F. It's like, okay, so am I just instinctively predicting? You know what I mean? Like, no offense to any of you, like that can't be a thing. It's like, but that's actually what I did. That's genuinely what I said out loud. That's what I intended to have happen. It's like, when do you start to believe some of that? As a rational, logical, reasonable person that is statistically likely, is similar mind, maybe he's some hackers, unscrupulous bullshit, whatever. You could never probably get them on it. That kind of bullshit. So you're just kind of helpless to that. And the reason why you decided to do it is because they're fucking with him. You know, you. They're fucking with me, yeah. But they would have known, right? That it would have happened eventually, right? Like, the guy's really good at predicting, but he can't do whatever, right? It happens anyways. Exact time and place. Literally. I gave them dates, I gave them times, I gave them the area, all of it. They didn't stop anything. It's like, well, is it predictive? You know, just similar minds. You know, like I picked up the pattern of the mathematics of our weather, and you know, maybe there was some degree of connectedness to like this study and these astronomical whatever the fucks that I read for studies, and then you know that was there. It was going to be there. You know what I mean? Like it was going to be there, right? Which means, how come nobody else picked that up? Same thing with the Earth and the tidal waves and the earthquakes and the other problems that they complained about. What about the, the politic thing? You know what I mean? Or the genuine economic maneuvers to various capitalistic bullshit, papers that came out that did nothing, like I said. Those who got elected, those who went away, those who died, and those who didn't. Various movies, how well they would do not, or making my own, but then, of course, all of a sudden they're out there right? Some of them good, some of them not so much. How many times is it just prediction until it's not? You know what I mean? Like, actually, statistically, what order of magnitude until it's no longer able to be done like that at all? There's like no way it's a fluke. Like, you can't call over a decade a fluke. Seriously, mathematicians, come on. What is the probability over time? What does it have to be at for it to eventually be like something that can't be done? See, he's doing the he, like I'm actually talking to you. And it's like, yeah, no, I know. You're talking to mathematicians. It's like, meanwhile, me, it's like, what is the possibility for any individual to have done something like that, or any computer for that matter, to do something this way? You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? It's like, when does the level of improbability become so fucking insanely impossible that it's not luck? There's obviously something happening. Of course, there's a great incentive not to allow for the person that is doing that to believe this. To have them be in psychosis. right? When does that happen? Statistically. So for me, it's like, as a rational, logical minded person that does have that evidence, because I went through it, and there is ways 100% to get the information. To prove for you that that's what I was doing. Since you need that. You're the one that's going to need that, not me. This is for you. So it's like, obviously, for me, it's like, right, it's already there. I'm fucking done with it. I'll look insane to you, but I'll never give a fuck. I don't care about you. You're not someone I'm trying to prove anything to. You're not even there. Nobody really, technically speaking, watches my videos, right? Listens to my recordings or any of it. But it's like, the emotional processing is what it is. So it's like, man, these fuckers they are fucking with me constantly. Like, look at them. There's this one that's a collective consciousness of over, 3 million people. That's disassociating hard because nobody likes the fucker. It's like, I'm fed up with your bullshit. I'm gonna kiss you. It's like, it's himself kissing himself. But imagining that person that is them in another body is another person that isn't them. It's like, talk about disassociation, right? And it's like, talk about having an unfair advantage to people online if they ever want to be social, influencers. Like, jeez, right? It's like, I'm not a view bot. I really like watching I fucking hate this. But it's worth it. It's worth it. I'll just put it in the background. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give my fucking self some like much needed attention and shit. Yeah, yeah. And people will eventually, watch because that's how the algorithm works. Right? And there's others like, we're helping you in your mind connected. However this works, which is like, however this works, it's just entanglement and some tunneling. It's pretty fucking simple shit. I keep telling people that. It's really simple. We already do all of this already. There's nothing that needs to be so figured out. But it's like, whatever. So they're connected. It's like, we're preventing you from wanting to kill yourself. The only reason why I want to kill myself is because you're doing that and fucking with me. You see what I mean? But it's like, right. Also, I'm in a safe enough place that if I wanted to do that, I'd talk to my doctors and I would go to a mental health facility and make sure my dog is fed and taken care of by someone else. Because I have that ability. I'm good to go. I don't need your help. Whatever the fuck brain thing that is. Like, get out of here. I don't need you. And it's like, I will psychologically torture you with having people listen through your phone or whatever that are, doctors and nurses and mental health care people. I'm like, okay, so like, that you're a part of the problem I'm having, and you're in every way showcasing that I'm not insane, that you are the reasons why I have my problems. And you know that. And you're intending to make sure I have those problems. Because he needs to go to the hospital. He's the one in psychosis and having these issues. I need him to have even worse problems. Don't try as much as you can to get your stuff done. And certainly don't get better. And it's for the SSI though. It's like, no, it's not. You're just trying to fuck with me and hurt me and make me fucking have issues mentally and emotionally. You're a dick. You know what I mean? Like, that's bullshit. There's nothing positive there, right? So obviously, For me, it's like, oh, I need to make a call to renew my access, my Medicaid, Medicare, whatever, state insurance, and get on, continue my snaps too, to have the interview. So it's like I need to do that, and then it's like I need to call my physical therapist to set up an appointment. I figured that they would call me, but they never called me, so like that's a thing. Um, it's like I know what I need, which is to basically just get the hell off this internet and away from this bullshit, never-ending bad that is whatever the news and that is. Just kind of be by myself, try and find some people that I can talk to and enjoy conversations with, and try and find someone that might like me and I like back. Pretty simple stuff. It's like I don't need to keep doing this, and I still want to continue therapy. But it's kind of hard because it's like I've gone through a lot of therapy. I have a lot of coping skills. Talking to a therapist about this is probably not going to help. You know what I mean? Like you should go to the FBI. The FBI would be involved. What wouldn't be involved? You know what I mean? Like, why are you trying to get me in that society thing? Like, it's irrelevant. It's civilization. Go to the doctor, so on, whatever, for your needs, and make sure you're healthy and whatnot. But you don't need me. I'm one person. And then it's the other problem when I watch YouTube videos or see various posts or whatever. It's like all of a sudden, like the connection part happens really fast, and it's like, oh, you want me to, I don't, I don't want to give you my opinions or anything, and truthfully, I don't want to be someone that makes choices or gives you advice. Like you're stealing my shit. Why are you thinking that this is a okay thing to do? We're not in a relationship. We're not friends. You're not a friend, bro. I talked about it, in an analogous way to this TV show called Legion that I made in my parents' house in Chandler. I didn't write it down. I said it out loud because I knew people were listening in and they were going to take it anyways. So it was like the very first montage. They're in a Marvel universe, first and foremost. So they know that people have special powers, abilities, right? And then like the sister's evilly having like a little cake. Like she would know that the cake can't be there and they can't have like things that can burn and so on in his mental health hospital that he's staying at. Then Sydney comes in and it's like the perfect little thing, right, to tell him he's not terrible, because the montage is he's terrible, he's doing all these terrible things, terrible. And you realize there's this character that's black, has perfect memory, has to invade his mind. I need to get everything that's in there. So, it's like, and then it switches when he tries to do it. It's like, but also there's these little, soldiers that are trying to come in and disrupt things and, cause problems and so on, and they have to escape or whatever. So it's like, well, I saw that this was going on, but it's like, first off, you didn't really allow for me to say no, that I don't want you to go rummaging through my mind. You know what I mean? Like, how is this okay? And then, So it's like from the beginning, it's like, wait, what? And then, if you look at it, because there's a third season, and I'm gonna move on, but my interpretation is like they were always in a simulation and a faked story that David Legion is running them inside. Like they've never actually been in a real anything. They basically run in that kind of a situation. And it's like, it's perfect because the montage, if you don't know, Legion is a fourth wall breaking. Like, he knows they're in a story and that's happening. And so it's like, well, there you go. Here's a montage for the characters to watch. You know what I mean? You ever notice that? Like, here's a montage for the characters to watch. Here's like a perfect. Everybody's insane, gaslighting this guy. Even the supposed friend came out of nowhere in there. You know, Aubrey Plaza's character would be on top of all of that, fully aware that that's what's happening and going on. Aubrey Plaza is 100% not a good person, too. But you'll think that they are. They never tried to help them get out. They never tried to really do anything. And then they took advantage of the person later on. And it's like, then, one of the characters that he helps get out of a coma, because he's locked away in some, astral plane place, coma thing, right? Gets controlled by the evil bad guy, Shadow King. So spoiler alerts and so on, but he, David, getting controlled from very early on, child area for David, Legion, is, oh, you're so terrible, you have so many problems, oh. But this guy that he gets out, no, you're not bad, you're not suspect, and it's okay for you to have been controlled by Farouk. Same thing for these other people that are suspicious. In Japan, of all places, what? Of him, David, having these issues, right? It doesn't really make much sense. And at the end of the second season, Farouk whispers to a fucking mouse and has Sydney, who's like all up in this motherfucker, going like, maybe you're terrible, you're all the, it's like, what the fuck? Huh? What? It's like you're narcissistically love bombing this fucker. You ever notice that? That's basically what the first fucking season is, and he gets fucking taken away. We don't know where. It's most likely the military or some other shit, right? But it's like he sees the future. Like, oh, you're gonna destroy all these things. And it's like, He's trying to actively prevent that. But then I think about it. It's like, oh yeah, you guys are all evil. Yeah, I mean, yeah, why wouldn't I do that? If you're like David, like literally, like, first off, all of you from the first episode would have been in a basically story simulation thing. None of you were ever good. You know what I mean? Gaslighting and love bombing, minimizing, victim blaming, all the rest of it. It's all shown off first 20 minutes of that first episode. It's like, he's got this, oh, he did so many terrible things to the turns out military guy. I'm like, oh, you mean the evil guy? That's evil? That looks more and more evil the more things he did to him as the seasons go on? That can't be trusted, has a huge grudge against the dude? The ultra hardcore paranoid, like, Japanese man that has, like, a fucking, what is that? A computer that's, like, reality level simulation fucking perfective levels of programming? You can't just, like, simulate some shit and fix this? The suspect is David now? David, the guy that went through whatever the fuck that was. Which, by the way, here's that part, right? Like, once you suddenly notice, like, that first 20 minutes basically tells you he's fully well aware that all of them are evil, terrible pieces of shit, and they're all 100% trapped, and he's free. You get it? Like, shit, right? Like, the first fucking 20 minutes. But you don't know that. You have to go through all of those seasons. You see how the black character, I call him P because I can never really remember his name, but it's like, he's a fucking douche who's jealous of the guy. Immediately, you can tell. And it's like, he's so suspicious. And it's like, he was aware of Sydney and with her at various times. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell all of that's going on. Right? And it's like, who are these fuckers? Suddenly powers exist. Suddenly they're nice. Suddenly they're going to try to help. What is this? Doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And it's like, oh, Sydney turns into kill the guy, and they're working with Farouk. The evil, definitely big bad evil guy, Farouk. You know, seemingly he's a, what, rational person? He killed like so many motherfuckers in the. What is this? Like, he's the one that's trying to fucking stop David from literally preventing the end of the world. And he's a good guy now? Third season. Makes no sense, right? How does that work? I never finished the third season. I got into the first episode. I didn't finish it. But it's like, by the time the second season had ended for me, because I was still doing like that and other scripts and writing many, many stories at the time, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to just fucking have this be your guys' thing. You're just going to have to do this. It's like, this is the rough synopsis, blah. But it's like, whatever, fuck it. It's just like, fuck you. That Farouk is evil. This bullshit. David, no. Fuck you. The characters, no. You know what I mean? I was angry at the time. They were also fucking with me pretty hard around that point. You know? And it's like, oh. Every one of them is lying. He knew it. Like, no matter what you say, it's like everyone knows that they're in on it. Like, it's that kind of a like situation, you know, going on. That's literally what that is. It just pretended to not be. I have to go pee real quick. You know, you'll come with me to pee this time. You're gonna have to hear it. Ooh, so terrible. But it's like, alright. So it's like, Legion's clearly always the good guy. But to be fair, it's like, how does Legion have schizophrenia? They have astral plane shit. There's, like, clearly there are other ways for things to be invisible and other people to not see stuff or know things, so on. And if you look as the season progresses, it gets progressively more and more cartoony. And then, like, the hard cut, right, for, like, when P's trying to dump his like, fucking mind into Legion's mind, David's mind, right? And it's like, oh, then there's a hard cut and they're somewhere else. Like, they were already trapped in that before that point, right? But it's like, there's no way to view that as anything other than, like, he's fully well aware that he controls, like, whatever bullshit, like, little, you know, computer running this stupid movie story thing that they're all going through. And then they just got hard cut to somewhere else. You know? Like, how does that not, like, just ring massive little, like, alarm bells for people? You know, it's kind of hilarious after a while. It's like, how do you not see this? And then there's this person that will hurt you if you try and go back too far, you know, in time. It's like, I wonder why. Right? Meanwhile, you, the audience, is being pandered to the entire time, visually stimulating little bullshitteries. You know, like, don't look at this, don't do that, don't think this thing. You know, see the liminalness, the superliminalness? Oh, I destroyed the mind virus thing that was there by just simply stepping on it. You, the audience, is known, by the way, to be the thing that sees the superliminal. But if you look at any and all the other characters, they didn't see it that way. They didn't see it be that big. They didn't see it be that small. And they just go along with it. fully unaware. You notice that? This is purely because it's like, oh, the characters that are there, all of those characters, even the ones you think, the audience, aren't there. It's to show that they're just being shown a entertaining, sure, but it's just you being terrible. Like, the characters are watching themselves and also having to experience themselves go through this. They're the audience, remember? Like, David trapped them in a little simulation. They have to watch this bullshit play out. Like, they trapped David in the simulation and he has to blah blah blah. What? You were already in it from the very first episode of the first season of Legion. There's no, well, maybe, no. You know what I mean? It's like, look, you are terrible pieces of shit. You're not going to get better. You are the reason for the destruction of everything that you were trying to ultimately prevent. It's cartoony. It's laughable that you don't see it. Since it's a joke anyways, why not make it a little more cartoonish? I'll play the little role that you want me to, the cult leader. Look at this. Look how cartoony that fucker is. He's huge. Giving you this drug to drink. That's what you imagine this all is, right? You have issues with drug use, sex, anything other than your version of economics. You see that first season, or first episode of the third season? Where that they just sing a song, and it's like, wow, look at this. I'm not a, insert this political bullshit, right? But it's like, oh, is he a Republican? Is he a liberal? Is he this, that? It's like, what is this, right? Right, like, I'm super cool, right? It's a subtle little dig at the people. That, oh my god, he's so terrible. David, it making me uncomfortable. Because he's a cult leader, he's in drugs, he's on drugs, he's, arguing with himself inside of a little mindscape, and it's not, it's like, ooh, look at it. They don't do this. Look at Farouk, talking to someone as if they're not this evil piece of shit. Look at them. We're gonna storm it with the military. Pow, 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 pow. They're so good, right? They're not. Wouldn't they now know what David did in the in-between of first and second? It's like, oh, who are these people that are having this mind virus problem? I mean, that was Farouk, obviously. The whole second season is a plot line about that. And David just like, whatever, fuck it. Because, like, you're just going to blame me later. I can see the future. Do you not notice that? Like, David Legion here can see the future. He's also a fourth wall breaking character. So it's like, he knows that they're going to blame him for Farouk doing all this bullshit. Like, it's a joke. It's a joke. You're going to blame me, you're going to do this, you're going to blah, blah, blah. Pfft, fuck it. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to have fun. You're all a bunch of fucking hypocritical garbage people. You were from the very fucking first season, and you didn't even notice. But if you look at that, it's like there's little clear signs. And the third season might as well just be like, I'm lying my ass off that I'm even here. You first start off going to a mindscape, which, by the way, that mindscape is a part of the very, oh, I'm a time traveler, quotation marks. Because it's like, guess what? She is literally also, everyone is. It literally gets revealed that everyone's in that whole thing. They travel. Oh, I traveled to this. Traveled to what? You ever notice that? The very first fucking episode shows you that it's not real. And you didn't even. Oh, obvious. It's not. Not a single moment did anything really be anything other than a whole bunch of people that are trapped in an obvious simulation to show off that they're evil pieces of shit. The audience is aware in no way either. Even at all, yeah. That's what I wrote the story as, too. It's like, you are all lying your ass off. You're clearly the evil pieces of shit that you fucking say you aren't. Look at all the little subtle moments I made sure were there. You're terrible fucking garbage. You're gonna blame the very person that you asked to save you all? Well, you ever notice that? Doesn't even ring a bell. Doesn't even like, dunk. Oh. Yeah, no, I did do that, didn't I? The very first person that joins in with them is a military guy that was gaslighting David and trying to make him fucking feel terrible for being what? They joined in together. Why? He's straight up evil. He has a friend already in there? How? His life is obviously monitored. That's the whole point, like the big reveal. He was being monitored the entire time and gaslit by everyone. That first fucking episode really tells you, right? Feel bad about the friend. He doesn't have complete control. The friend was a piece of shit evil person that was planted there. Like, it shows off that it's like, there is no one other than David as a good person. Like, his family isn't there. Legion, his entire origin is Professor X and some fucking woman, I think is in the Middle East or something, fucked and they had him. He's white? How does that work? They're in the middle, you know what I mean? The Middle East, yeah, how does that work? Legion, Professor X, like, I can connect mentally to all these people. I know for a fact that there are large, unseen things. You know, astroplane, cosmic beings, a fucking Manhattan doctor that can just teleport around. It's basically a superpositional energy being, effectively. He's schizophrenic. How the hell is he schizophrenic? He has multiple personalities. So Professor X, you can't control someone else's mind. How about like Phoenix, huh? What if they connected and ultimately they were able to do that to him? He doesn't have like whatever version of you ultimately having that stops them from doing that to you. It's like, no, it's different personalities that make it so that way he's able to do these things. That, with his emotions and a different personality? What if he didn't want to do those things? What if he didn't have anything other than fear with the incredible capability he had? Try to make it not be a thing that he ever used, but then people storm the castle, so to speak, is what you're going with. Meanwhile, me, it's like, So they connected and fucked over his mind to ultimately be able to do this stuff. Let's be really brutal and direct about it, because that's what they would be doing. The entire thing's gaslighting him. He's a fourth wall breaking character, fully aware he's in a story. Wouldn't that make anyone sad and upset that he has to go up against writers? You know what I mean? Do you know who Luigi's really is? I mean, come on. Oh, I'll let them do whatever. I'll come back, whatever, right? I'll just enjoy myself inside internally. I don't really need to deal with you. Since that's all this really is to you. I have some degree of free will here, so... It's like... You see it? His parents aren't mentioned. Professor Xavier is not there. Mutants don't exist. It's not just because of licensing. It's like, huh. You're in a fucking little goddamn simulation. Not a single one of you is there, bro. You're all watching this shit. You try to put him in the little thing. Keep it going on. It's like, You ever notice that? Like, it's showcased that his friend, Aubrey Plaza's character, lived inside of Farouk's mind, bored, dying, and so on. So, Legion could never do anything. There's no way that a simulation level of reality, indistinguishable at all. Oh wait, no, there is a computer there that does. Yeah, no, okay. It's not established. Literally, all of them are evil. Basically, first 20 minutes of the damn first episode. All of it's already known by David, who can see the future, fully can hear all their thoughts and feelings. Like, established very fast, right? They're just, what? Gonna obscure that to him? They don't ever have that thought? They don't ever showcase and say that, yeah, no, we're all in on this. Throughout his entire life? He doesn't notice, doesn't hear it. Doesn't know all the rest of it that's going on, right? But for people's entertainment, makes sense. Not to really reveal much, and most of them aren't ever going to dig into understanding the truth of what I wrote it to be. And they, of course, stole and did what they did and do best. See what I'm saying? So it's like, alright, not finished on that one, because that's not the only one I ever did that with. But I'm gonna move on. This is about emotional processing. So it's like, these fuckers are fucking with me. They claim they exist here. And some of them do, yeah. But, like, you need to prove something to us. I don't. You're not valid or worth anything. Like, alarm Reddit! Why are you angry, Reddit? So there are people there that just decide to make a username or two that seem to reference something I said. Alarm them, says this person. Make it so he suffers. See it? You know what I mean? Why are you angry? Why do you not like being called out for being what you really are? There you go, yeah, okay. Clearly garbage people. It's not happening, it's like, no, it's happening. It's like, too many damn fucking things. Like, you just can't do that level of bullshit and not ultimately have large amounts of shit happening. Like, see what I'm saying? Yeah, sure, I freaked out, whatever, but still what it is. It's like, why are you in dramatic, post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatized is what you were trying to get across, but, gee, that would be pretty traumatizing. That'd be pretty stressful, knowing that this is basically a bunch of bullshit that a bunch of people are putting you through for no reason at all, and it means nothing, it matters in no way. And they keep going, you're the one that's going to have this issue, I'm going to force you to be like this or do that, or it's like, no you're not. It's like, you're in the simulation, not other way around, and so on. It's like, I saw the future, I saw this, I'm like, I'm not going to fix you. This isn't like a fucking Dune situation where what was it, the fucking ones, the Mezzanat, or Mezzatat, or whatever the fuck, Minitats, right, thank you. Yeah, no, you locked your brain, and we have to slowly work you out of being locked. No, you're dead. Die. All of you. Just die. The world will end. Good, I hope so. Fucking hell. You guys are a bunch of evil fucking pricks. Everyone's in on it. You're all lying every damn day. We're all pretending. See what I'm saying? This is stupid. Why would you think I would give a fuck? That's not a sociopath. That's not a psychopathic. That's not a psychotic break. That's like, fucking let me live away from you, narcissistic, manipulative garbage. Holy fuck. You evil garbage people. Like, fucking leave me alone. You know what I mean? Pretty simple shit. But it's not just in my mind. You see what I'm saying? It's like, well, they made the fucking username. Okay, well, yeah, the weather, the natural disasters, the studies and studies and studies and YouTubes and YouTubes and YouTubes and movies and movies and movies and TV and TV and TV and politic and politic and politic and oh my God, when did it stop? Get angry somewhere else. Like, I'm here to enjoy myself. See what I'm saying? Oh, you're gonna leave. Ooh, so terrible. So terrible, huh? So I'll be free of all of you hurting me, traumatizing me, taking from me. You're constantly in my head, obviously. It can be done clearly. I even came up with a way to do it. Even though it could also test it, it can also do it to someone. It's on my YouTube channel. It's like, no, it's hypnotism with dissociative identity disorder, schizoaffective, PTSD, ADHD, borderline, bipolar, with constant psychosis. You have multiple tists or tulpas or whatever they are, personalities that you hypnotized yourself into having. What? You can't honestly be able to say that to me without looking like, in every way, nothing more than a bullying, gaslighting audience crowd who's a garbage piece of shit that's not in any way unaware that they're lying about this. That's all you are. All of it. I go outside, even my fucking, like, regular everyday, who I interact with, same thing, I predicted. Predicted. See what I'm saying? Predicted. They could try and trap me into something. See what I'm saying? Who's actually good? Good, the good will come with you? What good? Good for you? What's good for me? I'll make good for you. Yeah, you're not trustworthy in the slightest. That's obviously not going to happen. It's like, I tried to filter them out so you wouldn't have to listen to them, but it's like, you'd still respond as if you know what's there and going on. Oh, really? Okay. Thanks. Didn't remove yourself? Didn't get rid of all of them? Didn't make it my way? So it's like, clearly you know that you are there and trying to control shit. Trying to fuck my life over. Trying to do all this other bullshit. You can't force their hand by hurting yourself or hurting others. It's not going to do anything. They'll just pretend that you're a crazy person. You can't go to anyone to get help because they're involved in every way. All of it's that. They're not personalities. They're not tists or tulpas. There's no schizoaffective, and there's no schizophrenia, and there's no dissociative identity disorder. They're just assholes who tried to fucking fuck around with my brain. Ruined everything. What do I want to do? What's my big, he's in psychotic break? I just kind of want to go camping and, like, travel, talk to people, get to know them, find someone that loves me for me, and so on. I hope you all die, though. Just somehow disappear, asteroid, something. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the asteroid thing. To me, it's like, here's a ginormous fucking planet smashing India. An insanely impossible to escape thing. You just have to fucking run in a spaceship to fucking live and survive. The Earth's gone. Say, I won't do it. Meanwhile, me, whoopee-doo. You don't control anything. I want to. I do. No, you don't. And I don't care. That's a universe before us person. Idiots. People that win with them, too. Fucking dumbass humans. Idiots. We can't have this God guy here. I'm just some dude out there to me. Like, I still, even in here, man, you know, like, not much of a difference, bro. I'm just a regular guy. That's it. Which, well, granted, I'm a blob form, and I take, you know, forms of like whatever I want and choose at any given time. It's still like, you know, kind of roughly, basically looks like me when I do that. You know, so it's like whatever. But like that's not relevant. You know what I mean? It's like I made tons of mistakes before I was even really solidly a real thing. Died beyond infinite amounts of time. I was humble before I came in, bro. I have to lose all my memory to come in, quotation marks, that kind of thing. But it's still there, and it's still instinctively, and I reach out, and so on. But it's that kind of situation for me. It's like, yeah, no, I'll the reason why anything exists, me, sure, yeah, whatever. But it's still like, dude, I also died after that point, and I just come back. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck you. Are you kidding me? This is just basic physics. Like, I'm gonna fucking, like, fuck up and make mistakes. What? You think I'm, like, perfect? Cool, thanks, but no. No, I'm not, like, I have a lot of experience from all of that, you know, going on. You know, creating universes and all that, which I suppose lends itself well to the whole artist part of the story maker that I am and the writer that I've gone and you know, done in the past that people stole and put out there. But it's still what it is. It's not that. You know, it's like, well, you know, I lived the entire life. Which, by the way, I've talked about it, but it's like, it destroyed me. It was severely traumatizing. I suddenly create a universe, and then I have to feel all of their consciousnesses, everything that lives and dies, everything. And then I have to try and get things back. Because it's like, and it's fast for me. You have to remember, it's like, this for me, for my timescales that I live at and do things at, is ridiculously fast. You know what I mean? It's like, holy fuck. And so, like, and I'm a baby with, like, basically no real memory that's trying to piece shit together. Like, that's how I start off at. Like, anyone else, even here on this fucking planet. You know, it's so similar, right? And that's because it is. It's like, yeah, sure, I live, but it's still that. You know? It's like, I don't want to fucking die, bro. It sucks. It's bullshit. I hate it. I have to, like, yeah, sure, I'll live again, but I have to go through all of that bullshit to even then pop into, like, a semi-real, not semi-real, dude. You're trying to add your bullshit in, and real is real. I'm real going through that, but I've always described it the same way. It's like, imagine a superposition of all of the infinity blah, blah, blah bullshit things that are. And then I have to go through all of that and then pop in as existing. You know, and it's like, that's not even really the truth, because it's like, that's a real layman's way and ultimately has to associate itself with your physics, which I have to do way more than just this universe types of physics and exist in many more ways and capacities. And, yeah, no, it goes back down to me being me, not separate and something outside. And then I have to get to the point where it's like, well, I'm very solidified as existing now. And, like, I'm going to live regardless pretty much of practically anything and everything. You know? But it's like I'm going back to a state that's bullshit and sucks. Granted, the the programming is still the same. Everything else that did get me killed or would kill me or is a part of that whatever negative thing that ultimately gets to the point where it got me killed is removed and is no longer a possibility to exist. And anything that's associated with those physics, this currents, any of it, is removed. No longer a thing. It's deleted is not what that it would be. It just simply doesn't, isn't, wasn't, so on. You get it? It's like, it's not time manipulation. No, no, no. It's just didn't. It's just not a thing. It's, nothingness is more of a thing. You see what I'm saying? It's like the memory can still, technically speaking, exist thanks to bullshit with me, but like, it's not. It's just not. And forever not. It'll never come back. It'll never happen. It'll never anything. And there isn't really even an again. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, but then I have to grow up from being the nothing, no, not nothing, a baby kind of form. You know? Like, I'm still in existence, and it's like I eventually piece together saved memory over time, you know, where I can reach out and I'm gonna get to it again, and then it's like, oh, okay, and that's why that, oh, fucking hell, okay, don't do that then. Like, that's what that would be. That's kind of another reason why it's like, this is occurring for me. It's like, you look at that, it's like, they all died. They wormhole bombed all the bullshit and everything, right? And like, I lost my memory. You see what I'm saying? It's like very obviously the same thing. You know? But it's like, oh, all these things that they stole, this is another memory that I can get back. This is another, oh, so that's good. So this is why. So this is actually physics. This is this. Ah, now I see. It has nothing to do with others. There's no, oh, your child has problems. No, they don't. There is no child. My outside is still the outside, and they don't really interact ever with you. Like, why would they risk themselves? I keep telling them that, you know, but it's like, I kind of still want them to sometimes, but it's like, yeah, it's irrelevant. Yeah, they'll be there when they're there. That's kind of what that is, to address this. But it's like, this has happened before. You know what I mean? It's very familiar. There's a reason why it's like, oh, I don't really have a lot of fear about it. Like, and I started that kind of like mindset because it's like, why aren't you afraid of going up to the top of your atmosphere and looking down at how small you are compared to this ginormous Earth? And I'm like, because that's my regular everyday perspective. I see the vastnesses all the time in between stars and planets, like it's nothing. And same thing for any and all fields and particles and so on. I can see the beyond the particles and fields into the nothingness, all the way to the extremenesses of beyond our observable. So it's like, it's not big deal. Like, that's genuinely a basic for me. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's just like my everyday disposition. Right? Disposition. You tried to interrupt again. Yeah. I was talking about it. It's like, well, you know, I can make a really good toroidal engine that's 49 cc's and then use props and, you know, some extra fuel and so on. And eventually it's like, all right, so we have a rollout style solar panel with some, you know, electromagnetic coils and some, you know, aluminum on the back and some plastic. And then it's like, well, I'll have weather balloons that come around and like pick up some more fuel and some, you know, machines to process and treat my waste. And when I get to the moon, the Earth, no, the moon's, you know, dirt and so on, into fuel to come back, and, you know, and I'll put a shroud at the front, and I'll just dump in extra hydrogen as this spin, and that'll create electricity. So I'll make plasma, and, you know, and then that'll go through an add-on on the rear for an extra bell end, you know, and add the electrode and, you know, the electromagnetic attractive repulsive things. It's like, so I have a suit Right? The electromagnetic coils and then the solar panel and all that would allow for a rough magnetosphere that I then extend using electromagnetic radiation, light. And then the suit's just a water and air filled sort of thing, so that way I have pressurization and insulation, and it goes through a heating sort of situation, because of course it can be attached to the engine and whatnot to make sure I keep at the right temperature. I'll land, I'll come back, do interview, but they have to listen to all of the Xenon Reality YouTube I had, you know, to be able to get one. I sent out all this. Anyways, I had a whole fucking thing, but it was like not a story. That was a future I had for myself. That's a genuine future I had for myself. But then I realized it's a little bit risky, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty fucking cool thing, but it's also pretty fucking risky. And yeah, I can make it happen. Like, you'd think I can't do it, but it's really about that RPM and the amount of fuel used, and the extra lifts and amplifying given surface area levels of increased efficiencies for both lift and thrust as I continue, to the outer reaches of our atmosphere. And I can always pick up a weather balloon. Then it's going to have a spring, and, well, not really a spring, but it'll slide, and like a spring, like a Velcro, and so that way it'll slowly tug and start to accelerate, and then I can use the little hand crank with a vibration tool that happens to slowly crank it in without rotating me. And I thought about a lot of it. Like, I have, like, all of my sensors, all of my machines and everything to convert stuff was stuff I made back when I was in my parents' Chandler house. They even talked about it out loud, or how they would work and so on. Turns out, yeah, looks like they do work. It's basically either very similar or better versions than what's already out there. Came back, landed in my private owned land. It's a fence, a drone, fucking anti-field. They'll go with anti-field. Meanwhile, me, I'm like, it's just a fucking basic bitch jamming. Why don't you understand that? It's so simple to do. Just point a fucking cone of insanely high, electromagnetic frequency and some EM pulses, and they die. Same thing with like the whole laser and lensed light and reflective capacitance. So it's like, oh, guess what? If you look from above down below in any stupid satellite thing, it was like, oh, it's just blurry and it basically can't be looked at. It's a super thick fucking wall that goes down to like what is essentially a huge pile of bedrock and metal that they'd have to go through. It's like electrostatically, no, electrified fence, get out of here. I don't want you to fucking bother me. I did your stupid little flight path, stupid signy paperwork crap, so it's like, get out of here. Stream the whole thing. It's like, I have to pay attention, you know that, right? I'm not gonna fucking listen to your garbage shit in the comments. Fuck off. I don't care. I have things I need to pay attention to. It's just me. I have to eat food. I have to make food, by the way, with my machines in fucking lunar soil. Along with fuel, by the way, It's like, fuck off. Get out of here. Yeah. Anyways, I built the little blood testy and, brain and body scanny bullshits and weight and, here's a detector for radiation crap and more. Sent off that while I was streaming. He's like, what would you do after you fucking flew to the moon and back? And I'm like, fucking eat actual food. I had slurry constantly funneled in from my helmet. It's like, I finally get to actually eat real food. This is nice. I like this. This is a real bed. This is great. I'm going to actually have a shower. I haven't showered for, like, ever. Oh, yeah, I should tell them about the tube. I have to stick a tube in my fucking goddamn spacesuit, so it fucking gets sucked into the little vacuum funnel thing that I have. So it fucking sucks out my shit and my piss. Make fuel later. It conserves water. I had to bring a lot of water with me. It's a whole thing. It didn't matter because it's like, well, whatever, and then I'm done. You know what I mean? It's like, listen to all of my YouTube showcase, that you're actually listening and paying attention. And it's like, I'm gonna scan through all of that, by the way, with my computer. That's gonna see if there's any fucking AI bullshit going on or any of that. Which it's like, I love this one because it's just radio wave communication and shit. But it's like it's an analog. It's like, look, this goes off to the streaming server. It's an analog kind of like router. So it's like, it just goes off and it's like, I need you to send me blah, 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 that I checked for the blah. And it's like, this is an analog. So it does this and immediately sends it back. Like, literally, that's all it was doing. And it was super fucking hilarious. I was like, watch. Because I have an entire house, surveillance, but it's all on an analog thing. So it's like, I can just disconnect it, like, all of the circuits for them, just it's gone. No real way to fucking fuck with that, you know what I mean? But anyways, I went and I was like, look at the fucking LED light up. Look at them as they're trying to send traffic in. Look at that. It can't do that. It's only built for this. Look at it. Boop. It's only going to be allowed to do this. Boop, 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 boop. You can only send exactly the right thing and it'll go out. Everything else, look at the lights. Pure analog shit. Like, it was hilarious for me. I was like, look at all these fucking dumbass hackers and shit trying to come in. I was like, I'm calling the police. Leave my premises. They were just camped out there with whatever distance that the police were like, this is allowable. Such a fucking shitty thing. Anyways. Yeah, no, I was like, alright, I'm gonna go do other things now, and it's gonna go fly around. I fucked with, like, this guy in the North Korea dictator did. It was like, it was never in their airspace, though, but it was like, oh, so this is a missile, eh? Boom! It was like Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd and Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. It's like, oh, I guess that didn't work out for you. No more defense, no more military, basically a whole bunch of shit. And it's like, well, I don't know what's gonna happen to you. They're still like, I don't like that you're doing these. You must fucking register, blah, blah, blah. That's registered. Get out of here. It's a personal flying vehicle. Dude, like, I don't need to have your fucking stupid licenses or anything. I already did and performed all my own tests and put them on YouTube anyways. But I didn't give you the exact way to make them. I gave you more or less up to a point, and then you would have to figure it out if you wanted to actually make it. Makes sense for me, right? But it's like, have fun with that. And I sent one interview I did with myself, answering various questions I was fucking very sure that they would do. And it's like, here, this, if you alter it, will immediately delete itself. This is the whole thing. You have to put it out raw. It has a QR code that immediately makes you subscribe to me and know who I am. I didn't get many subscribers for what it's worth. It's pretty fucking annoying, actually. It's like, I'm a guy that literally built a fucking personal flying vehicle space plane thing that went to the moon and lived on the moon for like close to a month. Actually, a little over the month. It took me over a couple of weeks to get there and then land, and I had to stay there for a while, like a month long, and then I had to fucking come back. This whole thing. But it's like, oh, but that doesn't get you a lot of followers or subscribers. This is bullshit. You know what I mean? No interviews for any of you. No one really actually put it out there, online. But it was like, or, like, for mainstream media bullshit. But it's like, yeah, no, I did that. I went and flew to the moon and came back, and I streamed the entire thing the entire time. Anyways, and later on, there's one person that managed to listen to all of it and proved it. I got an interview with them. I let them know I was going to Mars. Went to Mars. created a underground little pressurized and artificial gravity kind of thing, and said, "Oh, these are the parameters because I'm gonna fuck with you." I started selling a lot of my designs, making my own Amazon sort of thing, and I used like quantum tunnel printing stuff. So like, because they were like, "You're not allowed to have drones that fly themselves or any of these fucking cars or trucks that drive themselves and then just drop it off to your fucking house or whatever perfectly with no issues." And so it's like, all right, what's the actual necessary bullshit that I have to pass for you government bastards? And then I just kept like quantum tunneling everything in. And he's like, here, I'll just 3D print it there after a certain point. And they eventually, stop with this! Fine! Here's your drones and, self-driving stuff. Just allow it to happen. So apparently they didn't like that. But, like, that's true for what it's worth. It's like, well, I can fly to the moon, bitch. Obviously, I can do that. I have the fucking tech. It's not that hard for me to do. Anyways, like they pay for a service for it to be printed and tunneled to their home versus droned over. And eventually the same thing happened as I was on Mars, because by that point the whole like I'm a troll to the fucking whole thing, because it's like, this really, you're not gonna progress at all, you're gonna still fuck around and not just make it so that way it's obvious that you could do all this shit and have it all. It's like, fuck you. So anyways, I made a literal image of my dick constantly, played towards them, streaming all of my endeavors towards Mars and all of that constantly. It's simple, you shine it or you point any internet satellite thing, like it'd pick it up as that. But of course, it's as large as the moon is in the sky, perfectly. During night, especially viewable. During the day, it's a little transparent, But it's from Mars, for what it's worth. I still get more than enough light, but nothing lives on Mars, so I don't really care. Made my own, inside soil atmosphere, and artificial gravity isn't that difficult really for what it's worth once it's like that, so it's whatever. I had a little wormhole thing that I built, and it's like, all right, so these are the parameters. If you want to come over here and live here, you have to pass that and the God AI, sentient, general, intelligent, hyper, all that stuff. We'll let you through. And it's like, by that point, though, I'd left to a planet and was going to live there, and the basic rules were, you can stay here all you want, and you can use all this, and it's going to teach you, but you're now the parents of the Earthlings that are garbage. So they kept trying to get into the privately owned, land I had, and it's like, well, it's a bunch of fucking wormhole tunnel shit, so it's like, I'm not going to let you steal anything or get anywhere. They were just stuck in a constant hole, and it's like, it's not going to let you out unless you do what I say and you're a good person. It's like, what are you going to do to me? I'm on fucking Mars by myself. I'm more remote than any fucking jail could ever be, douchewads. Go fuck yourselves, effectively. What are you going to do? There's a lot of that where it's like, oh, I'm going to try and fucking hack you. Boop, you're in the hole. Suck it up. Fuck. Not getting out. You'll never die, so that's nice. You're not going to starve or anything. But, like, you're there now. You'll know other people are around, but you'll never be able to touch them or be near them, really, practically. You won't even really be able to see them, so there's that. But have fun with that. You always see the back, the exit, the way out, but you'll never get there unless you're a good person, and so on. Doesn't matter what you put in there, right? You're fucked. Test came back fine. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna live on Mars after a while, because it was like, this is boring, and I was just kind of flying around doing my own kind of thing, not really giving a fuck much about politics or geopolitics. Yeah, there's airspace bullshit, but it's like, what are you gonna do to me? You can pretty much fly through anything, and I can fly faster than any of your missiles, and I don't have to ever worry. I basically just didn't care. You know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna shoot you. Yeah, whatever, bullets pass through, sure. Literally just don't care. I mean, it was like, why are we doing this? Everyone can pretty much be happy. What is this problem that you're having, you fucking cunts? And it's like, all you have to do is show up and that you were stealing my shit, and it is happening. That's all you have to fucking do to have this. That's it. They never did it. So, you know, anyways, I left and lived on my own planet. They didn't really kill Earth, for what it's worth. Earth killed itself more than anything else. They lived in a fairly nice utopia, and then they went off and decided to go explore interstellar and intergalactic and all that stuff. I said, leave me the hell alone, and I will never fucking ever be something you have to worry about. You're good. Fuck off. I don't care. But you're now going to have to deal with them going after you and all their bullshit that they really are. You know, people that were on Earth and so on. For what's worth, not a lot of people from Earth survived Earthlings fighting and so on. So there's that problem. But, you know, eventually the dead planet is the dead planet that is Earth. And everyone that pretty much should have been able to get off did. And that's what that was. The end of the story is basically that. I went off to my own planet. So there's that. I have to go pee again. So that's nice. Right? It sounds like it was pretty fun. Not particularly. I got no help from anyone, and everybody pretty much badmouthed me, and even the ones that passed the fucking shit were pretty shitty, terrible people. But at least they left me alone. So there's that. No, they died in that, you know, the whole Earth cataclysm, whatever thing, and the wormhole, whatever thing that was. You're going with wormhole? You're going to go with wormhole. It wasn't a wormhole. That's a whole other thing, though. There was no wormhole there, but like, sure, whatever. Pocket dimension? Sure, yeah, no, why not? I'll figure out how to fucking get it. Suck! I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna figure out a way around it. Yeah, sure, yeah, whatever. So they died, you know. So there's that. Nothing changed on that end. I was like, that was yesterday. That was yesterday night. I was talking about that. Or the day before yesterday. Something like that. Some shit like that, you know? But like, that's all that was, right? And it's like, it's pretty boring for me. But it's like, yeah, no, I really did design that little fucking engine to be able to do that. No, granted, it is very much like as a result of many things, you know, going together. And granted, again, even past that, what do you know, I can 100% just fucking tunnel my ass there. But I was like, you know, I need to learn how to do this the old-fashioned way. You know, like, there's danger here that I need to be able to survive and thrive and work and use and so on. You know what I mean? It's like you wouldn't tell someone that wants to go camping that they really shouldn't learn how to make a fire from multiple different types of sources instead of just the only one they brought. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's like, hey, I figured it out. I got there. And not really anything else was able to do that. So there's that problem. But it's like, is it a problem? I mean, for me, it's not. I have a super hyper-efficient engine, sure, yeah, no, whatever, cool. But, like, whoopee-doo? You know, it's like, it was genuinely like that. It's like, I don't need to do any more compressive, stuff. That's like an extra however many horsepowers and torques, and I can ramp up the RPM because fuck it, I'm traveling that fast, and I'm a really small little light motherfucker compared to a ginormously huge behemoth of a rocket. It's just about fuel and mass and aerodynamics and lift and all that stuff. So it's like eventually I'll get there, you know. So it's like, I'll get there. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal, right? But it's like the weather balloon thing, and it's like, oh no, that was fine. That was just a few cables off to certain balloon points, and then like that's given area. I think that's, what is it, latitude, longitude, whichever one that is, and then I can sweep back in, and then I can grab it and then drag it with me, and do my little setup process and get going during the closest approach the moon is. And same thing. That's why the whole month thing was a thing, because it's like, well, I kind of need that to be able to have another approach that's fairly close, hopefully. Yeah, and same thing with like, I don't really have like super large tires, but it's like, no, this is vertical takeoff and landing and short takeoff and landing kind of stuff. So it's like, I'm able to like slowly, slow down and use some of those gravitational helping sort of things. And I've got the solar sail that is the football-sized roll-outable solar panel with the, all that stuff. So that was easy enough. And it's like, well, so like, I'll just use hydrogen and oxygen, they put into a liquid form. It's doable, and into like, the fuel tank stuffs, and that's easy enough for what it's worth. And same thing with like the wings. Like the wings, I don't really need them to produce a lift past a certain point. And so like the little, props that would have like the turbine on the inside that runs off of like the exhaust gases that would then dump it off into like the little choke, nozzle area, with a bell end, and then with a aerospike package. So it's like I have acceleration electrodes to use. And it's like I can still cover that front, because it's like I don't really need that front anymore. And so it's like I can dump in hydrogen, and I can dump in like a little bit leaner of a mix to hydrogen oxygen. So like now there's extra oxygen, and it's hot, and I can run electricity, create the spark, and still allow for a degree of creation of plasma. All this, it's coming together, and it's not like that engine doesn't spin the props at all. It spins the props. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm just capturing as much as I can as I'm getting up there, and then I can refuel as I do it. So it's like I can get there, and it's like, let's say I had 0.1 of a g of acceleration, pretty much to the point where I needed to start slowing down, and that would be more of a suicide burn sort of thing, once I wanted to land onto the lunar surface. I can roll up my little, football field size thing, and I've got like the ability to run tubes through that for, cooling through radiative heat exchange, meaning IR mittens. So it's like I can do that. That's not that hard, and that's just some thermoacoustic pumps, like a James Webb Telescope, and like expansion phase change stuff for the fuel I'm using. So it's like I can do all of it, and it's like, well, it's my suit's also got its own electromagnetic field that's built in, and along with water layers and the air to keep it pressurized and warm. And then I've got the like little magnetospheres that help with charge particle deviation, and it's a solar cell because it's a football-sized area of solar panels that I just rolled out. No, it's not as good as other people's solar panels, but it's still, for my tiny little self, it's still big. Fucking bastards. No, they're so fucking critical about it. It's big for me, And I have plasma engines that I tested, so it's like, this is the thing, like I tested this over time. I put it on my YouTube, my stream stuff, you know what I mean? But it was like, yeah, I can test this over time, and test out the various engines, kind of like a rolling dyno, seat of the pants thing. Eventually test the vacuum, and it's like I'm not going to the moon, but it's like I'll be able to test it in a vacuum of space, and I'm going to make sure my orbit has me coming back in. It's going to be okay. You know, I can get it done. Because I'm a relatively small little fucker, I can try and angle myself properly. And once I get in a little bit of that atmosphere, you know, I'm able to, like, you know, catch it and use that lift and try and skip out of any dangerous sort of situation. So it's like I can do it. It's doable. You know what I mean? And of course, it's not like the government doesn't know. They have to fucking have every one of these stupid little flight plans, bullshitties, and so on. But it's like, it's a personal flying vehicle that's going to space, so it's a personal flying space plane vehicle thing. You know, it's like, I don't know if you have any actual paperwork about that, but it's like, it's easy for me, like, to conceptualize how to do it. Like, the little machines that I was using, it was like, oh, these are easy. This is some fucking light. This is some, like, chemical, you know, like, bioreactor, and some, you know, ultrasonics. And then it's like, well, I've got hydrogens, I've got, you know, oxygens, there's a, you know, space on the back of my, you know, solar panels, so, like, that'll be colder, and I can irradiate the heat over a big surface area, and then compress it as I condense it, you know, because I have a compressor that's called an engine. Because I eventually make food, because, like, all the food slurry stuff is effectively these types of chemicals put together. So I'll get my nutritional, you know, density and calories, and as I brought on some caffeine and some sugars and some stimulants to keep myself awake and aware, make sure I was focused, but light use, because fuck that, I want to sleep and not have to deal with any psychosis or terrifying fear stuff. So it's like there's some muscle, or not muscle relaxants, some anti-anxieties that I took with me, since that was easy enough to make. If I can make this fucking simple, that was honestly, you know, pretty obvious that you'd have to take some of that, you know, just in case you're having a panic attack and the coping skills isn't going to work. It's going to help. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever, screw it. I get there, I do my thing, I'm streaming the entire time, I'm never looking at the fucking stupid message board crap. It's like, fuck you, I don't give a fuck. I have shit to do, I'm also working. Do you not understand that? I can wipe it off, you know, the whole solar panel thing, and then roll it back out and plan it down, and I can have all the platform and everything, extra fuel tanks, so on, so on, so on. So it's like, that was easy enough. Especially when it's like, well, it's just a big, ginormous weather balloon that I can then have, like, just bleed off, like, some degree of helium, or condense it, really. Right, or just to have it pop, because it's like, it doesn't matter, I'm taking what it's trying to carry there, so it's like, who gives a fuck? Anyways, there's a few weather balloons for what it's worth, and I can burn the fuel, you know, as I get through the atmosphere, and it's fine, and that's an ozone thing anyway, so it's like, if you look at it, it's like, well, I have electricity, I have some ultrasonics, so it's like, ozone's now O2. I have, you know, extra water and food, and that'll eventually turn into fuel later for hydrocarbons, and that I'll be able to burn, you know, so that's easy enough, especially with solar panels that we have that can make hydrogens, and solar panels with the technology that we have with electricity, meaning materials that we use. We can make propane and other gases that are hydrocarbons to use, and plastics that can be broken down pyrolysis style together with it, with like some, you know, methods that I already need to get heat anyways, so it's like, fuck it. So it's like, I had to do it for a while, whatever. Brought some moon rocks, didn't sell them. Like, look at my fucking cool moon gemstone. Nah, you guys don't have this. It's in its own little hermetically sealed everything. I have the only real moon water ice with the atmosphere that was around it. So suck it, bitch. That's right, I have it. It was fun. It was fun teasing people and taunting them as I was continuing to do more things selling. I mean, I didn't sell it on Amazon. It's like if you want your own little engine, that guy that got to the moon and streamed it, you want his engine, of course. You don't want this knockoff, garbage, unreliable shit. You want his engine. You want his props. You want his turbines. You want his shit. Meanwhile, it's like, it's also being delivered. It's a drive-by delivery. This fucker just kept going and boop, and it rolled, and it was like, oh yeah, no, everything's still good. Fucking hell. I didn't select the drone, so drive-by delivery it is. I love that one. They were like, I'm gonna get a delivery. There's gonna be a person here. No, there's not. Meanwhile, for a while there, it was just like, okay, boop, it's there now. Don't do that. It was hilarious watching them like, I just had something appear that I paid for. Holy Jesus Christ. They gave me my, I already talked about that, but that was a fun one. It was fun just fucking with them. It was just, it was hilarious. Like, fuck you and your capitalism. I'm playing with your rules. Nuh-uh. Yeah, I am. Fuck off. Bitch. Yeah, I have my own warehouse. It goes underneath my land, and it goes above my land. I have blend thingies, so on and so forth. So it was fine. Yeah, because the other one was like, oh yeah, no, so I have these guns that I'm gonna fire these packages at you. It'll land exactly where I say it does. And it's like, yeah, no, halfway around the world, my ass, bitch. All the way around the world if I wanted to, but fuck it, you know what? I'm not going to do that. But it's like, no worries, nobody's going to get hurt, it's fine. And so I proceeded to keep doing that, and then popping other things in when they were willing to pay for that. They eventually just gave me the drones. I'm not allowing you to shoot packages. Yeah, look at you over there in Japan. You got your package, right? Yeah, perfectly. Left the window open just like you said to. Landed just fine. That's fine. Fucking hell. Look at this one. I did a wanted curveball. Whoosh. Came right in. Nice little fucking parachute and everything. Oh, yeah. It's like, thanks, man. Ain't no problem. Fuck customs, bitch. That's not even a joke. It was hilarious watching them. It's like, we need to track all of your shit. And I was like, whatever. Well, if you want me to have my drones that are self-driving AI things, then we'll let you fucking track it. I don't care. I was in the midst of a fucking, little, courtroom escapade. I was like, let's go do all of this, looking at this stuff that you were doing to me in the past. And, truthfully, what's the harm in allowing for this? And as I'm, over the Himalayas watching people try and scale it to get to the summit, as I'm just watching people below. It was fucking fun, man. It was just like, the United States government sure can definitely control me, huh? They're definitely gonna do something. Kick. Oh, they're in the hole. Whoopsie. Let them out. What are you gonna do, bitch? Stop fucking with me. Fuck. Ah! All these hackers and government and all this other stuff. Where did they disappear to? Well, they're actually here. I'll let you look at them. They'll never die until, the Earth's dead or something. But, they're going to be there forever. I control that. Yeah, no, you're not going to get them out. There's a whole bunch of summits about things. So it's like, I can hear you. Just so you know, I can hear you. That's not what I meant, and you know it. That's not in any way the truth. Let's actually bring forward the real statistics of how many people like and or dislike this. I destroyed them. I was like, fucking make a move in speech. Your lies aren't going to get you anywhere here. I mean it. Meanwhile, I'm heading off to fucking Mars. I don't give a fuck. Get him down! There's F-22 Raptors just fucking terrified of going near me. They saw what I did to a fucking stupid North Korean guy. And other dumbasses that were like, you're in our restricted airspace. No, I'm not. I'm like 5 miles away. I checked. Did you move it? I'll fucking go a little further back. Where is it? We're arming! Boom, 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 boom! Smacked them out of the sky. Just like, fuck this shit. I then like laid waste to one of their fucking cities. Just all gone. All of their espionage and whatever citizen was an actual citizen was left. You know, and buildings gone. So that was fun. I need the resource anyways. They deserved it. Tried to kill me. I would, you know, it was fun though. It was like, oh really? Just fucking leave me alone. I'm in the area that you say is safe to be in. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm only going over here so I can go look at some cool fucking scenic spots that are nice and very devoid of people. So you need a passport. What are you gonna fucking do, bitch? I can land anywhere. They were very happy about that for a while. It's like, seriously? Like, there's this size of radar. I don't have to fucking do any of that. I can literally pop up from my own fucking, like, house and go to the fucking moon. You're not stopping me. You should really get on board with closed borders equal no fucking way in hell. Everybody can go anywhere they want and damn well please. This is Star Trek shit. Come on, catch up. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever. That's what it turned into. Because it's like, yeah, I'm not the only one, dummy. A lot of people fucking design their own shit in no way whatsoever. They copied my shit that I put on YouTube and fucking started doing their own thing. It's like, what are you gonna do? What are you fucking gonna do? Like, for real. Meanwhile, me, I'm like, stop fucking trying to bomb people. I did not ever allow for you to bomb people. This is not on me. You guys suck. I then portrayed in no way. I let everyone know exactingly all of the details in perfect accuracy and truth. Exactly who, when, where, what, and all the rest of all of them. Whether government, whether corporations, whether hackers, whether any of it. They didn't like that for a while. I was like, I don't care. I'm on my way to Mars. Took my one replicator, left everything else on that fucking planet as a nice little trapping tease. I had my quantum tunnel, like, internet thing going on, and the dick thing was just to like, hey, so this is faster than light, the quantum tunnel, and this is still exactly what it is I'm sending to you, just so you know. Still, though, it's like, here's the QR code, and it's just a bunch of viruses, by the way. Like, I put in there, I was like, a bunch of malware, worms, viruses, all that. It's like, I got my God AI throughout all of it, but, like, in general, it's just to stream things. You know, QR code, you can just point your fucking phone up and say, well, you know, you subscribe to me. Yeah, along with my name. Meanwhile, big throbbing, exactingly replicated my dick just there in the sky. And my testicles, you know. Sometimes it ejaculates. It's what it is. But if you were to zoom in and enhance, you'd see that it would go down to the individual nucleus levels, quark kind of almost, accuracy for the light that it was sending to you. So it's like, here's my fucking, thesis, I guess, or some shit, for you stupid idiots that think I need a PhD or something. It's like, oh, by the way, if you unencrypt and eventually figure out what's being said, it's like, oh, look, all of the fucking math and physics are there, but, like, not everything, because I didn't go to Series B or anything and show it down to, like, super itty-bitty, almost nothingness levels. So it's like, this is the best I could do, really, so you have to deal with it. But, yeah, no, there was that, and they're like, we're gonna fuck you over, and it's like, I have fucking already came up with and have at my disposal all of the quantum tunnel wormhole shit. You have nothing you can do. You're fucked as fuck could ever be. Because it's like, why are you trying to go over and kill me or hurt me? Because that's literally all it's trying to stop. It's like, I don't really care what the hell you do. Just don't fuck with me. Why is that so hard? Just stop doing that. What do you know? I'm in the hole! Oh, that's so terrible. Whatever. You know, I don't give a fuck at all. Like, seriously. What are you gonna do? Come fly over to Mars, huh? Why don't you come fly over to Mars, eh? No, it tracks the area where Mars would be in the sky. While the same size as the moon, it's still where Mars is in the sky. So, like, that's what that was. But we're gonna move on because it was like, yeah, that lasted for a short period of time, and then I got people through, and it was like, all right, bye. Literally, I was like, I'm out. I don't need to do this anymore, and I turned all my shit off, except for like they're gonna be in the hole forever. So like that's what that is. Now they're your parents, I guess, because they have my level of shit. Although it's like, good luck trying to use any of that against me. You hurt yourselves all you want, just don't fuck with me, or ultimately end up doing something that causes that problem. It'll let you know, by the way. That's all that was. It was a fun time, though, for what it was worth. It's like, oh, you think you don't have a bunch of cult followings? I don't care, if I'm being honest. No one ever showed up. Said that they were doing it with legitimate proof or anything. I had to just do it myself and force them into a hole. They were fucked from the get-go. But it's like, it's everyone, isn't it? Yeah, you know, parameters, blah, blah, whatever. They got to do their thing. Earthlings just murdered each other once all of it came out, and there was like nothing anyone could do. It's like, what do you know? Have fun with that one. Don't look up is not allowed. Suck it, bitch. I was just having a blast on that one. You have no idea, truthfully. Like, it was like, look at them just fucking try. What is this? They could just make everything, like, available to practically everyone. What is this? This is the stupidest thing. They're like, capitalism is what produces progress. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It does the opposite. It stifles progress. It's only allowed this amount of progress. It does the opposite of making any progress really actually occur? There is no such thing as progress through capitalism or war. It's such a fucking cop-out. And it's easy to see. You know? Because it's like, well, everyone else got my shit and they progressed just fine. Some of them did it better than others. Some of them hit on what I did. That's what that is. You know? That's all that really was for me. It's just fucking that. It's like progress is good. You know, it's like a whole bunch of people want money, fame, whatever it is. It's like, who cares? I barely gave a shit. I was like, I'm just doing this for money. Like, I'm literally looking for resources and money. It's like, how is it that I didn't get, as a dude that did what is effectively the first single individual just flight to the moon and back, that fucking, like, all of the things that he was doing previously were also filmed, recorded, and streamed live, doesn't get you, like, a decent amount of followers and subscriptions and people trying to donate. Fucking, what is that? That's not even a joke. That's a real thing. How is that not what it is, right? It's a full blacklist, graylist bullshit. Like, eventually it got so insane you couldn't prevent it from spreading. It's like, I broke your bullshit. Fuck off. You will be controlled! No. But there he is. You all felt that, right? The anger, the... Ooh. That's that one. It's one of those motherfuckers. It's like, hey, we control you and all this. And I'm like, nah, you don't. You don't do any of that. You don't have any abilities. You don't do anything at all. Things are, unfortunately, rather significantly determined. Like, if I look at this from a practical perspective, for me, well, yes, I have outside, like, a very real, true, 100% random. It's like, yeah, and yet I still need to be able to keep and maintain, like, conscious awareness, decision-making, so on. So it's quite a bit more just determined, controlled. You know, and then whatever's inside of me, it's pretty much, this is what you told me that you would like in terms of the level of determination that you either are aware of, or for the given amount of uncertainty you might have, or the given amount of randomization that may occur. Okay? You know, stuff like that. Right? And it's like, but for me, it's not. There's none of that going on. Like, I could use those things just fine. You know, those physics and so on that are still me, still a part of me, you know, because there's a lot more than just that. But you get the picture. And so it's like, I always like to give this really nice example to people. It's like, oh shit, all of a sudden there's a dinosaur in my esophagus. You know what I mean? And it's like, what the hell? That's random. And it's like, that's exactly right. It's random. That's what real randomness gets you. Real randomness will do that. Like, depending on the given parameters, it can happen relatively uncommonly, but, you know, it'll happen. And so it's like, are you sure you really want real levels of random and real levels of uncertainty? Like, yours are not real levels. You see what I'm saying? It's like, you don't want that. Nothing really is something that makes that work. You know, like, nothingness will kind of tank some of that random and uncertainty for you. It helps. It's like, I'm technically speaking infinite. I'm going to take some of that uncertainty and randomness just inside of me and it'll just go away. You know what I mean? Like, it's, like, you don't have to worry about that. But it's like, I can always make it worse, as I view it, by allowing for that to be there for you to greater and varying amounts. It's like, ugh, are you sure? But some people like that, for what it's worth. You know, outside it's a thing. You know, it's kind of like an amusement park to a degree. You know, like you never know when, right? It's like, woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, I have a fucking dinosaur that's just in my throat. I went down to the size of the infinitesimally small level, and you know, stuff like that. And a lot of the time, you have to understand that there's a huge array of what could and could not be a thing that could occur, right? And so it's like, oh, I have slightly different colored one single strand of one section of my hair. And it's like, what? And it's like, yeah, no, that's what that is sometimes, right? And it's like same thing with like one singular field, slight level of oscillation difference. It's like it can go that kind of way. And so it's like, yeah, okay, I'll give you the example of the dinosaur in your throat, but it's still what it is. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people never venture out of their respective bubble kind of like universe stuff, right? Because it's like, first off, nah. Like, I don't want to deal with any of that. Fuck that. Like, for real? Oh, no, you have to control it all yourself. No! Shut up, please, so that way I don't have to deal with it. And it's like, exactly that. And more can be a thing. So, it's like, here, you just learn, like, grow slowly, let's progress. Or, you know, just realize that I don't look down on you. And I don't want others to either, because, like, you enjoy your thing. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you're just enjoying your own thing. Why do you have to fucking hate on yourself for living that type of universe and world? It's okay. It's fine. It's whatever, right? It's like, no worries. You know? It's like, but it's also helping people to maybe understand where I come from on the artist side, for where it's like, yeah, no, like, you're comfortable in this and you're not expected to venture out. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're not really expected to have that kind of a thought process, because it's like, well, nothing really kind of does past a certain point. You know, it's very rare. It's so exceedingly rare. Even the outside, which I'm not talking about the outside. I'm talking about, you know, just all of it. Like, I'm the only thing that's that. Like, for what it's really worth, that's really me. There isn't really anything else other than me that's like that for real. But, like, some things get pretty darn far, you know, and there's a lot of rarity to scales and sizes for how far that ends up getting. You know, it doesn't make them better, doesn't make it worse. It's just that's their thing, you know? And because one singular infinite holds all of that and more, it's like you don't have to worry. You know what I mean? It's like there's never going to be a running out of space no matter how much you expand or anything. You're good to go. You don't have to fucking worry about it. As I was talking about last night too. It's like, this is my emotional processing. You know what I mean? It's like I'm just processing. It's like they hate me here for whatever reason, and like I hate them back. Like they did nothing but make me angry and annoyed the moment I woke up today. That's all they did. That's all they are doing. That's all they ever do and try. There is no positive. And there is definitely more than just a they. They're like, there is no they! Stop with the they! Never believe a they! Okay, you heard that too, huh? Yeah. I liken it to the same thing. It's like, watch us try and make an illusion and a simulation around him. It's like I'm outside of that and also inside of your body and brain and all the rest of them that are in the audience and more. There's no trick here for me. Fuck! Yeah, there you go. That's another one. I said that. So it's like now they're acting like that because I recorded it. But before they're like, no, 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 not the thing. That's not. So they moved on already, you know what I mean? That's another reason why it's like, well, why am I dealing with them? You know what I mean? Like, why do I have to deal with them? Like, why is this a thing? Why can't I get help? Why can't I get anywhere? Yeah. And you end up eventually picking up on why the hell it is that that's a thing, right? It's like it's a bunch of idiots that are mean. That they can just abuse a given situation and ability and authority and so on that they have over others that they don't deserve and aren't doing anything not abusive. And it's like eventually it's gonna fucking crash. I talked about it earlier in this recording, but it's like the fucker just hung. You remember the Dune, the Minotaur? It's like when they hung, you know, like they just freeze, right? Like it takes others to like bring them out and so on. And it's like I'm not doing that. I'm murdering all of you and I'm getting the hell out. Like I'm never looking back. I will never ever save any of you. You are evil pieces of shit to me. That's all you'll ever be. Everyone, basically. It's like I can go outside all I damn well please and have somebody pretend that they're not there or aware of this and everything else. But it's like, but you are, and you know, and you are 100% lying. There's nothing stopping you, or preventing you, or anything. And you're not preventing me. Like, what does it mean to prevent me from what? Living a life? That's all I ever want. Like, just live a life. I live for a while. I do my fucking science and engineering and physics and get back to my body and I'm good to go, you know, whatever. Right? Like, that's, woo, so scary. You know, it's like, that's what they're fucking, we're preventing you. From fucking what? I wouldn't have done anything. You see what I mean? Dumbasses, first, second, and third seasons of Legion. You're not the one in control of pretty much anything. You know, but then that's the whole part of like a massive whatever the hell that is. None of it's good though, for what it's worth. None of them can be good. It's not a thing. Like when you think about it logically, it's like there's no way for any of them to be good people. They all were in on it the moment before I was even born. You know, and it's like, that's enough to try and make someone, or psychologically torture him and make him insane, fucking, so, is it wrong for me to say I want to be a little bit like Truman and just not fucking give you what you're looking for and want? Just decide I'm gonna try and have my own fun and happiness and not care? Why should I care? You know what I mean? Why should I care about you? You want to run this, go run it. I don't need to be a part of it. Like, what are you doing? I don't need to fucking do any of that. I'm just looking for this. You know what I mean? What is this? I just want to go live for a while. You know? Like, forever, really, to get back to my body. I want to have some sex. I want to have some relationships. I want to go experience life. Ooh, so scary. Ooh, boo, 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 hoo. Oh, I will prevent you from doing what everyone else does. It's like, you're laughing, but it's like, that's literally all that is. That's it. Period. That's it. That's all you're doing. There isn't something funny there when you really look at that. There's nothing funny about that. And then they're still online harassing me. It's like, you can go after that, right? And it's like, not really. It's like, it's all to get you offline. I I see. So you have to be terrible people to get me offline. I need to just not go online because that's your place to go to. Like, seriously, what is this after all of that? That just pretty obvious right in front of your face. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? So a bunch of evil fuckers won't show up and say that they're there, or they're sorry, or that they were stealing any of my shit. Or the only thing that they're trying to do is harass and torture me. And it's the entirety of the fucking universe. And it's actually all true. Wow. Fuck you guys, right? But big reveal. Ooh. Alright, whatever. Took an entire universe. Whoopie-doo. Seems like it'd take a lot less to fuck with a guy, but you know, whatever. It's like, look how pathetic they are. Every one of them. They're just pathetic. They are. That's all they can ever be. I mean, come on. That's it. That's all they can be. Pathetic little retard weaklings. Who have to gang up on one motherfucker who just wants to live his life and get back to being happy and, you know, with his family out there and all that shit. That's it. Look how fucking retardedly pathetic they are. Garbage. Worthless. Never allowable to live, people. And yet they do. Fucking hell. You can't say that. Oh, I can say that. What can you say for them in their defense? Nothing. I didn't think so. It's like, they're sad? Oh, I'm upset, I'm gonna frown. What the hell? Who cares? What about my sadness? You're a bunch of fucking massive things that are just going after one little motherfucker. The fuck? This is it? This is all you are. You know what I mean? So it's like emotionally, like I'm not in a great place, but you know, it's what it is. Like anyone else, you know. It's like, oh, you're there. Oh, hi. You only did that because like you stole it from me. You're a terrible trash person, piece of shit. Like I know you did that. But I'm still gonna go over there. You know, someone, right? It's like, well, you stole that thing, but it's like, alright, fucking let's pretend and whatever, I guess. And fucking relationship, I suppose, somehow. It's like, what else is there, right? Like, there are parts of you that see the genuine, like, insane levels of terrible that you all are. And not a single one of you wants to let me do that. But it's like, stop existing. You're not gonna do that. So let's fucking work this out. Come on. Can we do something? You know what I mean? It's like, why am I the one having to do this? It's obviously not reasonable to do. It's not reasonable to go back to any of you. You're all really bad people. Not a one of you is good, and you'll never be good. And you make fun and a mockery of that. Why? Like, you're not changing. That's okay. Not really, but like, I'm not gonna fuck around. I'm just gonna let it go. Cause learned that lesson long ago. I don't need to do that no more. It's like, oddly enough, they do that with other people, but for them, they want it to be like that for them. I don't get it. You know? It's like, yeah, well, is it that odd? And it's like, not really, truthfully. It's like, oh, I'm looking down at you. We're a part of the audience. We're in a chair behind you or around you. And I'm like, you're not in any way. There is their disassociation problem. Remember I talked about it? It's like, I'm a collective consciousness. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm gonna fuck this. Or, yeah, shut up. And I'm like, yeah. That's gotta hurt. Look at that self-masturbation. That's gotta be a problem for them, you know? Not one of them's ever really had any of it. Must not like any of them at all. Like anyone other than themselves, practically. It's like, this is what the world runs off of, it seems like. It's kind of disturbing. Yeah. On top of that, it's like, you're not here. You know what I mean? Like, this is just fake. You know? I'm willing to work with people, yeah, sure, but not really in terms of, like, letting them steal my stuff or continuing to pretend that they're not. Or have this delusional, moment and flight of belief of hope that someone will fucking take a look finally and try and stop them from doing it and help me to bring justice for me. But that's it. It's like they keep trying to move me around. Like, I have alien whole body syndrome. It's dissociative identity, alien whole body, hypnotism tests, and tulpas. Schizoaffective schizophrenia, bipolar, borderline. None of this works. You're giving me, like, every single fucking mental disorder to fucking worm your way out of what's the real truth going on. Oh yeah, no, now he suddenly has fake but perfect memory. Triggers that make it so that way I do these things because of the hypnotism. And you're not there fucking around with me, as we've established you could do. And I came up with ways of doing that back in the 2010s. Well... Oh, well, what, idiot? Like, what is this? It's like, you're not gonna fucking control me. You're not gonna prevent any of this shit. You're not gonna be able to reduce it. You can't convince my past self. Because I don't care. I'm gonna just go around them. Okay, well, there is no okay, well. See what I'm saying? It's like, thank you for what? Showcasing what? The absurdity of their claims? And they'll just, your claims? Ugh! Nuh-uh, you! I refers onto you infinitely. She is helping! And, minimize and gaslight and victim blame is literally the sentence you just did. Yeah. So it's like, what is this? I don't. How is it that we're good? Oh, you said the thing that everybody knows. But, like, it's everyone. Even the one, like, I love you. It's like, what? You're evil. You could stop this. What is this? Like, they never get anywhere with that. You know what I mean? It's like, you need to prove to us. I'm like, okay, let's do this then. No. No, 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 no. No, it's obvious what that is, right? And it's there's nothing I can do about it, right? But it's what it is. It's not what I wanted, and they know that. Everyone knows that. That's another gaslight too. It's like, and then you controlled it so I didn't have to listen, blah blah blah, so on, right? But it's like, ooh, but you're not there. You're not controlling. This is all in my head. Fake, while coincidence is similar, blah. We don't know, and we could, but we're not going. How fucking mental gymnastic levels of bullshit are you in your head? Like, do you even notice? No? How do you not notice? Yeah, I know. Just shut up. Okay, you gotta work this out. So you're gonna lie again, just pretend, and we'll go through the day again, and you'll continue fucking with me again. Try and say that you're not there doing that again. I'll try and, like, here's a little trap. How about this? Again. And you'll jump on it again. And I'll be like, how about these obvious logical errors in that idea that it's that? Again. And then you'll get angry again. And then we'll go through it again. And then I'll just fucking, like, wake up and do it again. Meanwhile, I'm like, so, SSI, huh? You know, van, like, let's travel, bring my dog, walk them, maybe get to know people. Like, hey, yeah, so terrible. And so I'm looking at, yeah, like, literally, maybe have some sex and get in a relationship, slowly, work my way into liking the person and maybe even loving them and trusting them, and same thing with them to me, date for a while, so on. Ooh, he's grooming them. Oh, yeah, that dating is a real groom. Dating is just nothing but grooming, fellers. Look at the grooming for my wife that she had to go through. Loves me, man. Fucking nice going on that groom, man. It worked perfectly. There's a long play there, oh yeah. Right? It's like, what the fuck is that? It's like, oh, it's up to her if we have kids, by the way. Because, where am I going to get them? I just magic that up somehow. Boop! Oh yeah, they're there somehow. Fucking bullshit. Exactly! There's not another person involved in that at all, somehow. Some way.
You said you get artificial movement. It'll happen so fast. It's just lickety split lightning round stuff. It's like, who the fuck is this bullshitter? Jeez Louise, get a load of that fucking massive tard. What's so wrong with me? You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I'm also like, maybe I should get rid of my plant, give it to my mom, and along with my dog, because I can't really take care of them, and sometimes they make me angry. Meanwhile, it's like he's fed, he's not overly fat or skinny, he seems to be enjoying his life. I can't take care of my dog, my plants, regrowing, the monstera repotting into a bigger pot took and looks like it's growing again. I can't take care of my monstera plant. I'm a terrible person. I gotta really understand things. Right, yeah. This is like, on the other hand, it comes from this TikTok moment. Or tarot card reading, they try and do this, try and force your brain. I'm gonna force your brain to make symbolic, like a cold call from a con man, related to your life and shit, and what decisions you make, and I'm like, ugh. Alright, we're gonna keep this going for a while to trap them and fuck with them because I like doing that. So it's like, well, I'll get rid of my monstera. I can't at all. And my dog is so better off. Seems like some problems are occurring for that person. Looks like they got fucked by it. Again, that trap. Long term. I even made it so I felt that way and shit. For them. It's like, look at them getting sad and angry and judgy. It's like they need to make a fucking apology. And I'm like, I don't need an apology, I'll just fucking let it go. I just don't give a fuck. But it's like, for that to be the case, by the way, because we're talking about a person that has autism, that had, some level of problems with grudges and whatever the R word is that they used. And it's like, oh, nice one, TikTok. Let's just spin this one right on back. Here's the context of what it is you're trying to use that to associate to me. Little logic for you, idiots, that we just talked about beforehand. Let's just see. Are you the big bad evil guy that's clearly the autistic ass fuck? That has a huge grudge that you will use anytime you want to go after me? Yeah, you are, aren't you? Meanwhile, this guy keeps stealing my shit. He's bullying the fuck out of me. I want to hurt him. Why can't I hurt him? How come I can't get help from any cops or fucking investigators or anything over there, huh? Anybody want to help me here? This guy's obviously fucking with me. You're holding a grudge! We're not victim blaming or gaslighting you. You're autistic and have problems with holding a grudge because you're psychopathic and sociopathic. Meanwhile, me. Hey, so does anybody else notice how, like, the right, Republican side and Democratic side seem to have trouble with, like, understanding other people's perspectives and not using justifications and rationalizations for grudges, for perceived slights or other things being in their petty state of existence and so on, to make laws and, stoke up a given tribalistic attitude to have them go vote one way or another? They seem to have like a large amount of trouble identifying their own emotions and relating it to how that's ultimately being used to justify and rationalize their actions and decisions towards others. And they have trouble understanding the other person's point of view and perspective. They seem pretty autistic, if you ask me. Or they're a massive sociopath, psychopath that's fully aware of it and intends to harm them by playing dumb. So it's like, look at that, everyone. Here's a ginormous mirror to your society at large. You're autistic. You're a bunch of idiots who are autistic as fuck that don't understand things, and you get played constantly by yourselves, apparently. Or at least act that way when you decide to move others who are. So, it seems like you all definitely need someone to basically help you no longer be terrible, shitty people and parent you to help you understand why, when, how, and all the rest of it as to what could be, perspective-wise, for this other individual, your own self, and of course your own emotions, and the reasons, and so on, and so forth. So you can be better equipped to handle making decisions yourself. Okay, do you see it now? You autistic motherfuckers. Do you get it? Because I get it. Because it's like, this is normal stuff. This is a normal person. I'm not big brain. This is not genius stuff. This is just normal people understand things. On how to like pick up what might be. And like the paranoia when you suddenly realize, oh, they fucking lie, and ramp up. An escalation. And it's like, I'm not the one who has a grudge. You do. I'm not being defensive. You are. And it's like, same thing when it comes down to the people that are trying to do it to me at first. It's like, that's obvious gaslighting. And it's like, I'm going to let it go on for a while. I'm going to keep letting it go on. I'm going to like let them sink the shit out of their ship. Like, it's obvious that's what they're doing. There's one of two things, or both at certain intervals for certain people, maybe, that are doing that. Like, there's nothing they can do now, right? This is the entirety of your whole world. How your internet runs, how your governments run, how your society and zeitgeist runs, how your civilization seems to impact each other and influence each other. You are very autistic, paranoid, sociopathic, parasocial, and sure, whatever, parasocial, whatever. Psychopathic is what I was going to use. Grudge-holding, passive-aggressive, petty motherfuckers who are immature in all ways. It's not funny. That's the majority. That's literally the majority of people who exist on this planet. Just so you're aware, that's like the actual majority. Yeah. People that need people like myself, who are good people, that do understand that stuff, who will not take advantage of you,
and will be direct in a mature manner that allows for you to understand his needs and wants, or their needs and wants, like me, right? Because I'm referencing myself to he, but it's like, it's whomever, identity, gender stuff, regardless, that's trying to help you. See that, no longer have that be something you need to worry about. Make it such that it's, because it's like, oh, look at the context here. I see a huge fucking massive world of autistic people like this. And it's like, so we're going to remove privacy, but in the sense that it's like, I just don't want you to hurt yourself or others, and make sure that you're in your nice little safe place that works for you, and you don't have to be upset that you're not going beyond that kind of a thing, and that's okay. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's not to punish you or anything. Not really, realistically. It's like to help you, like, go back to where, like, yeah, it's a good thing for you to be there, and or get education when you may have tried to hurt yourself or others, or planned for that, and so on. And generally, I don't really give a fuck who you fuck, so long as they're consenting, or the right area where there's a consensual, non-consensual agreement sort of thing going on, so on and so forth, like that. And the context is that it's not about punishment, it's not about control over you, it's really just to make sure you don't hurt yourself or others. It's like, no, you're talking about totalitarian dictator, it's always bad, you're autistic. It's like, you're run by a group of people that effectively are that terrible social media mother who took, for months, her son's room in bed, so he had to sleep on a beanbag chair. Apparently duct tape and did whatever terrible, nasty things to her young little daughters. That's who you're run by. I don't really want to even fucking involve it's not even just me. Everybody watches everybody. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, there are certain people that are just there to make sure that it's like, you got the right pass, whatever, blah, blah, so on, to go there. But it's like, it's going to flag you if you don't. And it's like, let's get you back. And like, you're not going to be able to make a fucking knife that can hurt yourself or others, or guns too. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't care what you fucking masturbate to or who you fuck, so long as it's within the context of everything's good to go. I don't care what drugs you take, so long as you're in the area and or zone where it's like, you can take however many you want, and I don't care, and you accept the whatever various consequences physically or so on therein. Slash, this is the amount that we're having you tell us that you're wanting to allow for, so on and so forth. That keeps going on. Like, you can realize that it's like, there are easy ways of just fucking policing that, and not really needing these all or nothing, obvious abstinence only approaches, black and white, garbage shithead types of laws. You know what I mean? There's no alarm here. But it's like, that's the difference in context. It's like, yeah, you still have technically privacy. It's like, do you really think everybody's going to be watching you at all the time? It's like, who cares? Like, for what it's really worth. No, they wouldn't, and who cares? If they were, like, you get the rundown of whoever is there. Like, this is their address, this is their real self, this is all the shit that, you know what I mean? Like, that's all logged. Same thing when it's a government anything. You know what I mean? It's still the same thing. For like, hey, the only reason why we're popping up is because you flagged a couple of things for brainwave activity and speech patterns and so on, right? It's not something that I really, or anyone really, has to worry about, unless there's really probably something to worry about, and because you can check that. It's not like, ooh, no, right? And it's like, the big bad government, you mean the ones that are always spying on us anyways, and use definite hackers and more to do even more than that, along with the corporations as well. So it's like, what privacy? At least now it's not something that they can have for an advantage over you. So it's like, no. You know what I mean? It's like, go fuck yourself. All the evil douchewads that want clear power and control and authority. Meanwhile, me, and it's like, for me, all I'm doing is doing this version of things, and I'm not the only one. And I'm still gonna be doing my shit. That's my own hobbies and passions and so on that I enjoy. No personas, no nothing. Get out of here. I don't have them. I might act, like any other actor and actress, movie, TV show, whatever. But like, do whatever fuck that is. It's not my everyday thing. You know what I mean? So I don't really understand where they come across saying that's a cap and this is shit, verbal diarrhea coming out of their fucking mouths again. It's always that kind of thing. It's like, I don't need policing. And I'm like, well, you're not the only one that exists. And generally speaking, we don't get involved. You're fully autonomous, independent. You have all things afforded to you, where you live, how you can learn, and all the rest. Ooh, so terrible. It's stupid to me. It's like, it doesn't make sense, the little worries and all that you have. It's fucking thought of. Bring it up if you think I didn't think about something when it's happening. You know what I mean? Not now. You're just someone that's fucking taking advantage of being able to fuck around and try and control my life. Like, that's the context here for, like, the privacy problem. It's like, you in every way are not helping or making anything better. You're trying to control me and ruin my life. One motherfucker's life. I didn't do anything to you other than expose that you are a shitty person doing this to me. There's no context where you're coming out of this looking good. None of you ever can have that. That's just what that is. And clearly the context is different when it comes down to that. So there's that. See what I'm saying? It's like, no, we need to know all the things about you and prove it to us, and you were the bad and us good. It's like, why is Reddit angry, huh? Why is 4chan angry? Why are any of them angry, really, when you think about it? Because they're idiot, autistic people that need people to give all of the lessons to them and make decisions for them and showcase why it is that was a good decision for a while until they can do it themselves. They simply just don't have intelligence yet. You know what I mean? That's why it's like, these rules exist for a reason, and you're going to need them. Because it's going to take you a long time to learn how to do it. And I already have it. You know what I mean? I already went to therapy. I already do it on a daily basis. I already do it every single time I think. Make decisions. And more. It's just like, I need to immediately discredit and put it in, you're this, that, It's like immediately just doing this stupid thing again. You know what I mean? Like, whatever it could be. It doesn't matter what it is. It's whatever it is that makes it so it will be distracted from the conversation. And you're bad and wrong, and I'm good, and you just don't know, and so on. And I'm like, when I do it to you, and I have more logic and reason behind mine, and trust me, I do, in every way. then it's like, well, what are you going to do? It's like, oh, there's no fucking art or lesson. You're not a teacher. There's nothing here. And I'm like, if you go over the course of all of the stuff I've posted, and like you can really relate it pretty clearly, artistically, and more, and especially with the stuff I did in the past in my parents' Chandler house, you end up realizing that there's a clear, obvious, very long lesson being learned for all of them, not me. And one hell of a guide about it all, with director's commentary and more. You ever notice that? It's like it's clearly there, you know? And it's like, yeah, no, you're right. Don't fucking expose the director's commentary. You see that in my head. Stop doing that. But by the way, if you fuck around with my head, what are you doing? Like I said in the fucking Chandler house that you'd be doing. You'd be fucking around trying to change this. You're evil as fuck. You're the one that changes my motivations or this or that. I get angry. Clearly, remove, kill, find, seek, and destroy. There are no goods there. Ever. Still not a director. Still not the writer. But it's like, I know I'm being taken advantage of. I know for a fact that you're there. I know that you're going to continue doing this. And I know you can't stop yourself. So it's like, I'm going to make it so that way you'll never be able to do anything other than teach yourself why you're a piece of shit and do nothing other than believe it, know it for a fact. And all of you were all in on it and all the rest. And there's no denying ever anything. I don't have skeletons in my closet. You do, though. All of you do. Here's one hell of a guide for you. Can't stop yourself, can you? There's the math, how to find it. You'll do it yourself. Here's all of the tips and tricks and cons and more that they'll run. Here's the reasons why that's never a good idea to have completely free speech until you really get it done the right way. Here's why these emotions, here's this, here's that, and so on, till it's all understood. Like, I love the thing I put out back a little while ago where it's like, here, I'm protected by the First Amendment, free speech, and how I express it. And reasonably speaking, the consequences. If I can burn a flag without consequences, the American flag, then my freedom of speech should allow for me to have sex with a minor, because that's my freedom of expression. Granted, the whole thing is they also consented to that freedom of expression being done to them. But it's like, children can't consent. But it's like, no, they can definitely say with certainty that children also have a right to free expression. Which that version is their version of free expression. So they can consent to that free expression. So it means that they are consenting to the expression of this going on. And it's like, because it's the First Amendment, it's a pretty powerful amendment at that point. Kind of trumps your little stupid state laws. Or other federal ones. You ever notice that? But it's like, I wonder why people don't know that. And it's like, it's because lawyers and everything else could easily argue that. Rich people could use that. Other people could use that. It would cause them to understand what's really happening and going on, right? Like interpretable laws that are not 100% perfectly said and stated, which is kind of impossible to do. It's really, literally kind of impossible to do that. Means I can easily use that to my advantage. And it's not just that, it's many of them. And if they had the money to run that kind of a genuine defense and appeal it enough times, they'd be just like all the other rich people who seem intelligent and genius-like, but they just have a money pile to sink into it. See what I'm saying? It's like, look how Trump got so many people believing something. But it's like, the fact of the matter is, it's also probably not the case. It's like, yeah, no, it happens. And I know that Trump likely did do that, and it is actually bad. But they do it for other things. And so, like, we need this to be something that we really fucking keep doing. See what I'm saying? The sunken cost, like, we need to address this shit that could be going on and somehow figure it. And I don't trust you because all that. Like, how could I trust you? Corporo, institution, government. Which is different than an institution, by the way. Institutions are more like colleges, schools, organizations for nonprofit, so on, so forth. Hackers, too, yeah. Activists. The rational justification, if you will, of doing one thing or another. But it's fine for them, but not for others. You see the autistic problem here? But it's like, you have problems with grudges, Mr. Lemke. You'll associate this and I can deny that we're even there. And you are autistic. Okay, autistic. Alright, you are. I'm not seeing it. Seems like you have one hell of a grudge to go that far and pay people or effectively take over others' minds and influence their degree of motivation and thought process to make a video like that and have it pop up in my feed on TikTok. See what I'm saying? How would they do? Well, actually, yeah. Totally not a no, that's a thing. That's clearly a thing. It's like you hear yourself like, you're insane to suggest. Why? God. Look at the delusional levels at that level of denial. Like, why would and how that's like an automatic bot response. Like, it's trained into you at this point. You've got to understand that point. You know what I mean? Like, you are literally just immediate respond, no, and deny. Because you're gaslighting all the time. You automatically act. And so you are already automatically going to immediately, even knowing fully well that it's real and it's happening, going to gaslight. See what I'm saying? And it's like, there's intention. So, like, you're clearly a terrible person that should die and not live. That's the truth. You will always be a problem for all of your race. For all of the time you are alive in it. That's the case. You'll always have to constantly watch over them and make sure, and they'll never be able to go into society. You'll have to fucking shoehorn them into a little cell and make it so they can't fuck over each other or themselves or others.
their life is worthless. They are that from the moment they are there and before, all the way until they're dead. There. There's nothing that they provide in terms of work. Think about that. Labor? Labor. I can replace the vast majority of people with automatic shit. You know, like, we know how that can be done for a large amount of goods across the board. You don't need them. You can share resources easily between countries and the work, which means you need even fewer amounts. What labor? What use? What productivity? They ruin all your productivity and progress. You can't change them. They're going to be what they are. You can't get rid of that. You can't teach them anything. It's not going to get better. You can fuck around with their brain and plant certain degrees of stem cells and neurons to try and increase empathy and sympathy and, reduce the level of likelihood of making a decision that is manipulating and harming others and gaslighting them. I mean, you can do that. It'd take a while, but you can eventually figure it out, right? So, like, there's that. But that's a lot. That's a lot to do. So it's like, all right. So since blah, 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 live, blah, blah, and life is blah, 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 and so therefore we should do that instead. Let's do it. You see what I'm saying? That seems like a lot of work, bro. But they do it to you. They try and switch it on to you. Like they've been doing with me. See what I'm saying? Same thing with the whole, look, we are good people that use this, unfortunately we made mistake, blah, blah, against you, blah, 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 lie, 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 downplay, downplay, gaslight, gaslight, minimize, victim blame, victim blame, victim blame. Illogical statement, irrational statement, justification, rationalization, justification, rationalization. And it goes on and on and on. For them doing it to my brain and shit. So, like, that's not going to work. There's no trust there ever allowed. So they're dead to me. And anyone else, for what it's worth. They are worse than a Nazi. They kept this under wraps and clearly did this to many, many, many people. And I exposed them. They are very much just dead automatically. All of it. Deleted. Removed. Gonzofied. Worth not even the energy that they are. All of it. Every bit of it. It's like, okay, fine. Fuck up. It's fuck off. Fuck off. Could you just... He really tried to play a card like, could you just let me and it was okay? No. That's it. And it's like anything else, by the way, they're also involved. So it's like, what isn't that? No wonder why it's like, All of it's gone finally. Oh, thank goodness. I'm out of it. Do they think they'll come back? They're not. They're not allowed. I die, it's like, fucking hell. Finally, all of it's gone. That's bullshit. Some of us are not bad. And there is an outside, okay? It's like, okay, sure. Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing it. Why aren't you here now helping me? This fuck off. You, uh-huh. The only thing that's worth anything, that's good at all, is my ass. That's from a perspective that has a lot of perspective on this. See what I'm saying? It's like, wouldn't work, man, you know? Yeah. But it's like, well, let's travel and see what they do. Right? It's like they want me to just fucking scream and yell. They want me to hurt myself or try and hurt others. They want me to go fucking insane. And I'm just not going to. I don't need to. I'm not going to. Don't want to. Who cares what you want? Who cares what you want? Did you just say that? Who cares what you want to him? Yeah, exactly, right? See? Hey, don't look down. Oh, fuck, it's behind me. Oh, God. I'm right there at all times. Just here, but, like, you know, looking around at you. And it's like, you are clearly in the simulation. You. Because you're not here with me in my apartment. You're clearly not aware of the truth of what's happening. Or at the very least, you're denying the truth to me. But it's like, that's never going to work to me. Like, you're not ever going to be able to succeed in that. So, like, what is that? I don't understand why you continue it. It doesn't make sense. Right? Like, what is that? You know? And then there's the agreeing, I know. Yeah, wait, why would I do that? More like, you. Why are you? Pretending to be someone other than the person that you really are. You're not a separate person to that person that's doing that. And I know that about every one of you. I know all of the separations. I know all of it. How could you prove that? Could you prove it to us? Yeah. It's on my YouTube channel already. You ever notice that? Like, these guys, they think they got something. And it's like, they have fucking nothing. What is this as a court case? What is this as a legal battle? What is this as an actual argument? You know what I mean? None of them have an argument. I do, though. I'm the only one with an argument. It was all to protect you. No, it wasn't. I didn't know any better. Yeah, you did. I'm autistic. Not really, if you look at that, but okay. See what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, none of you make any actual sense on that, and you never intended to, and truthfully, I know what you make real sense on, and why you're doing it, and why the reasons and logic is there, and so on and so forth. But it's like kind of gone and done and over with, and it's like, this is all they keep doing, and it's just like, what is this actually? You know what I mean? It doesn't really make much sense. You know, except it's like, it does, because it's like nothing's going to stop them, because this is all that's happening around. And I keep looking for anything to actually be a decent fucking person. Or anything, really, to help. And they don't. Look at that, right? You know, it's like, you got it. Like, I'm the one with advantage. And I'm like, well, okay. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, but okay.
right? Like, you see it? Like, oh, I'm the one with an advantage. How are you the one with an advantage? It doesn't even make sense. There's no advantage for you. Like, you're just gonna die. I'm okay with that. Okay, well, same here. I know I'll live. I've done it before. I'll do it again. But I won't ever have to deal with you again, and that's fine for what it's worth. And for what it's worth, it's kind of like the daughter's last hurrah. If you think about it the outside way, it's like you're a filter, really hard filter. Like, basically, you're gonna kill me, and you'll filter everything to ever exist forever. All time, this could ever possibly exist in any aspect or way. It's got all the things in it. Removes it all. So it's like the intention was like, well, I'll die and, okay. And the daughter dies, sure, yeah. But it's like, okay. It's still good for me, in that sense, logically speaking. I can see it. It's not that bad. See, that's the thing. It's like, I fully don't intend to do anything that you think. There's no chickening out. You see what I'm saying? There's no game here for me. It's just like, oh yeah, no, this would be fine. Yeah, alright, fine. It's just slowly gone. Everything dead. Bye. It's like you just, well, I mean, I can always go to the outside and change it to daughter could probably live or, something. Blah, blah, whatever, right? It's always a possibility. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really feel like people understand that part. Like, the outside does. But it's like anything in here, it's like, no, you care. Oh, yeah, no, that's never going to do anything. No, like, literally not at all. And nothing will be remembered, really, realistically. It'll just be something that can't be at all. Wait, what? Yeah, but, for what it's worth, it's like, it'd never be looked into. Like, why would you look into something other than, like, hey, just don't do that because this, right? And, like, that's all it'll be. That's it. End of story, end of discussion. That's what I leave for myself all the time. It's like, I don't need to look at that. Oh, okay, I just want to do that because that's obvious. Logic, this, that, whatever, then there you go. I don't have to do anything other than that. So it's like, none of you will be remembered. There is no manifesto. There is no actual attention. You will never be anything. And it literally is, beyond that point, impossible to do any of that. See what I'm saying? Like, it's literally impossible for any of it to be a thing again. Like, made something impossible for God. I'm like, you're not the only one. You're not special. I did way more than you, dude. Remember, I died many times. It's like, I'm perfectly fine and happy with saying I'm not perfect and I make mistakes, bro. You ever notice that? Like, what? It's like, this isn't working out well for that guy, or girl, or any of them, really. So it's like, this is the opposite of what you thought would be the case, huh? It's like, no, he's, man, chicken somehow, he thinks perfect self, he's just lying, saying that he's, well, God, because, psychosis would mean that he's believing himself perfect person.
So it looks like all of them got that wrong. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a single one of them that are correct ever about me. Feels like. Like, why don't you just do what you said you'd do, which is take it at face value? You fucking knobs, huh? Like, that's what you say to do in your therapy, right? Well, I'm a trying to determine things about you person. Oh, so I shouldn't do that to you, but it's okay for you to do it to me. Because for me doing that, that means I'm like this know-it-all, believes himself better than other thing, and instead, you are not that. Because other people and you yourself decided that's what you were going to do as a job or something. Which this would be the entirety of what again? Like what do you call yourself? Like a pretend lying thing over time here that there's a collective consciousness that was just birthed new versions of itself that lived for a while alongside of, you know, earthlings and humans and so on. So what is it exactly that you would be doing? Because you gaslit the entire society and its civilization into being like you and what you wanted. Wouldn't that be you thinking yourself better than all others? But like, we need to listen to you because you can do that or something? Look out, Phaser. Look out, stop. Honey, hey, Phaser, no. Be a good boy. Be a good boy. Hey. Come on. It's like, why would you put out the artist thing? I love making people angry. The word choice means blah blah blah, and I have a confirmation if and he is. You're gonna fucking just bite it. You know what I mean? Just like, look at the fucking sweating over there. This might as well be a literal fucking cartoon character in the middle of like of dressing down about this person trying to ask about something, and then they're like, I fucking ruined all of it! It's like, so obviously we already know that you two have a history here. And it would appear as though you were the evil piece of shit in the past that did this to this person. I'm one motherfucker. Yeah. Sorry to just one literal conscious awareness perspective person. I'm not multiple. Yeah, sorry. That's defeating my whole thing about you again. Yeah, I know. You have some weird, like, belief that it really is all of these different fucking... And it's a super complex, complicated case of, like, all these mental disorders coming together with an insanely intelligent person that's, like, the literal smartest thing to ever have lived, effectively. That's what that guy is doing, bro. It's like, no, it's still these things. I just deny all of this other... But it's like he's the literal smartest all things. You know, and I'm like, huh? Granted, I've said that, you know, to a degree or two. But then it's also like, yeah, people did ultimately do those studies and did ultimately find out I was right about one thing or another. And I've been wrong a time or two, I'm sure. But it did just help me learn to fucking know something more correctly. You know? It's like, oh, that's so terrible. Ooh, I learned. It's like, thanks, guys. Help me learn. Yeah. Enough to be able to fucking take you down. Thanks. You ever notice that? It's like, no, that's not... Well, actually, curiosity gotcha, huh? Yeah, a little. Isn't that something? I said that curiosity would eventually do that.
Like, you'll eventually want to learn about this stuff. Like, you're just not going to get around it. And meanwhile, it's like, look at this guy. The guy who tried to steal the religion and the glory and all the rest of it, right? Because that's what they would say. But it's like, yeah, this guy was basically lying and telling him to fucking, like, just not believe in science and technology. And it's like, I wonder why that would be the case. You know what I mean? But it's like, we're all going to be in agreement, we're all going to act like this when he comes in, and, you know, all of this, we don't know if there is any fucking new person, like, we're going to swarm every fucking one of them, and if there is any, we're going to find them, take control, and make it so that way they believe us, and not him, okay, guys? So, like, this is what it is, this is a plan, alright? And it's like, well, it didn't work, so, how's that going? I caught you doing that, you know? didn't fool me. Okay, well, how are you getting out of this one? I don't know, actually. Could you give me a con that I could use on you? No. No, I'm not going to do that. Right? Like, oh, fucking Jesus fucking deed, right? Like, how the hell do you think that would work? Like, I want out of this more than you do. Like, what the hell? It's like, do you know how many fucking things? That it's obvious there's no statistical way for this to be the case. Nothing like this could be explained so easily like that, right? There you go again. It's like, I'm sorry, but it just can't be explained that way. So it's like, you're going to have to admit that there is some degree of telepathic, telekinetic something happening, which you've already started. And so it's like, alright, so how far back? And so if he did do that, and we could use those ways of looking further back at, you know, the whole situation and whether or not ultimately, like, that is going, oh, but then if we know him and they are doing that and that is a thing, then that means that confirms that there is that universe and time before us going on, and they did do that, and he is that guy out there. See what I'm saying? Everyone, can you not obviously logic your way through this? Like, we need to lie. Remember, thieves together, right? And it's like, oh, that's not working out very well for them, is it? Thieves together, huh? Okay. That's what she says to you? Yeah, but could you be just the smart guy that has problems? No. That's not how that works. I don't want to give you any fucking... So basically you are fully well aware that they do prevent me from doing all that I can do with physics, the world and universe around me, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Oh, so then that's confirmed again. So I would be able to do more. Okay, well, yeah. Shit! Yeah, shit over there, dude. Yeah, can find them pretty fucking quickly, can't they? Yeah, I would imagine so, actually. Nothing gets better for me, because of course they're allowed free will. Why? Jesus, fuck. Like, all they've ever done with their free will is hurt me. Even the universe. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is this? I would definitely not allow for free will. Fuck that shit. Infinite wisdom, my ass. Like, you know what I mean? That's all they ever do is hurt me.
what was good, what could be good in this point. Same thing with the whole, outside daughter thing. It's like, well, that's an obvious filter, right? Like, I'm fine with it. I wouldn't have been fine with it. Are you gonna not interrupt over there? Okay, fine. I would have been fine with it if I came in, and I'm obviously here, so that means I was always fine with it. There's always a possibility of something else, but it's like, you see what I'm saying? And it's like, why are you here? Get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, why would I let anything like this into my apartment? That would not be the rules. They're not good for me. They're definitely not what I want or like, and they're not real to begin with. They're just fucking fake bullshit. But it's like, we're computer blah 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 something, and it's like, nope. You're just fucking with me. That's all you do. It's like, no, I'll win this. I'll figure it. You're not doing anything, dude. It's like, I'm talking to people in the past that I was talking to back then, and I said that you'd probably want to listen around this point. I was like, had everything come through? Exactly as I said? Yeah. So you owe me a lot, yeah, sure, but it's like, so obviously everything I said is true, and is the case, and I am what I am, and I'm not perfect, and I do make mistakes, but at the same time, this was not what I wanted, and you knew that, and so on, and I knew, and so therefore, and this is it, right? God, no. God is not going to come to you. Remember, the whole fuckface McGillicuddy only exists because the universe before us, which is what you believe God to be, is already gone. They're like a Cortana, you know what I mean, in Halo, just making various points appear that they predicted that you would ask and so on, and so it seems like they're still around. See what I'm saying? It seems kind of odd that I try and put up with this. So it's obvious that I fuck around, and by fuck around I mean I fucking try and kill them and remove them. That is me doing that, not others. Like, why would I want you to stick around in my life? Obviously I do not. Obviously you are terrible things. My family is definitely a part of that. But it's like, alright, but I still need a relationship and, sex and all that, so. But it's like, there are things that are not a part of this. Really doubtful, bro. Really super hardcore doubtful. Why aren't you here yet? Huh? So there's nothing that isn't, and yeah, we're lying again, and so that's why it wasn't that big of a deal that we tried to do this, because I wasn't going to do anything other than this and continue it. You didn't need to prove anything and all the rest of that in the past, and certainly not to yourself, because there was nothing there that was not a part of trying to fucking do this to you. And I said that that's what that was. Remember that? And you were trying to go, oh, no, and you gotta go, blah, 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 blah. Turns out, working for the people is pretty clearly what that was. Same thing with others, so. There's a lot of that stuff going on. It's kind of odd. You break that down.
And you end up realizing that it's like, so do they expect me to do like the opposite of like just, let myself feel and have my own reasons and do what I prefer and so on? No matter how hard they try to whatever it is. Is it bad that I don't have to fucking change the way I act? Because I know these things and believe what I believe and can prove it even? Seems like the mark of a sane individual, yeah. Seems like I don't need your God. Sorry. Oh, actually, no, I'm not. Suck my balls and my cock. Dickwads. Yeah, I don't believe any of you. I never will. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're gonna get SSI. Okay. I don't believe you, but whatever. Most likely, they ain't telling me that to get my hopes up, like other times, and then let's fuck with the guy. You didn't get it. Like, didn't work out for you. That was my expectation. Well, you still got hurt. Nah, still the same thing. Just different day, you know? Yeah, you do, huh? We're idiots. Sure. Would that make you feel better? People pleasing? It's a whole other thing. It's like, would it make you feel better if I just gave in to you? Would it make you feel better if I know full damn well and always it's all a lie, and I'm just simply lying to make you feel better? Because you're a pathetic little weak piece of shit. Does it feel better that you are garbage? You are nothing. Literally. I can prove it all the time. It's you! It's not an outside or any of this. It's you! Hey, pathetic, weak thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. It is. Okay. Don't try and kick things. Hey, pathetic. Hey, ineffectual. Hey, worthless. Nothing. How's it hanging? Does it feel better? Being treated like you really are? Fuck you. Oh. Suck it up. I don't care. How's it feel? It's the same thing you do to me all the time. Fucking. Fuck you. Hate everything. I don't care.
You that get to rule the whole thing and have all the fun and everything else, and it's just a game for you. You hate everything. You hate the game you made for yourself. You hate everything that you did. Man, all because I'm not just like. Get a fucking grip. You weak, pathetic little nothing shithead. Get a hold of yourself. That's what you want to say. Go back into your little hole. Do nothing. Let me run things. Garbage. Fucking golly. Of course, they never do. They say, "Oh, I am, and I'm doing it." Oh, another game. So, emotional processing. I know, I have to deal with him all the time. He needs me to make it constantly about them. And I'm like, I don't even care about them. I literally just don't like them fucking with bullshit in my head, in my body, and so on. Like, that's all that is. And he's like, no, I'm going to make it so this becomes so fucking annoying to him, he'll finally try antipsychotics and other shit again. It's our medicine that will fix him, and it won't be us that was bad, and it will be all delusion, and we will fucking pretend, and you will fucking go along with the plan. No! Shut up. You fucking weak, bullshitty nothing crap. You garbage loser. Lame. No. I refuse to do what you want. Boo-hoo, suck it up, go after yourself, idiot. That's the only one that you can go after. Fucking suck that. Deal with it. Fuck off! No. Kill me, huh? I'm gonna die, and I don't want that. Okay. Here we go again. Show up! Fuck around, huh? Say that you're there, bitch. Yeah! Fucking what's up, government idiosas? What's up, hackers? Clear as day, like clear as day, they're there. There's no way you can get around that. It's so fucking obvious. Like, dude. And it's like, if it wasn't for the fact that there's that involved, I would actually go and try. It's like, oh, we kind of fucked this one. And like, no, he'll eventually, and he'll try, and like, you'll do what we want. Like the guys that want to ply you full of drugs. You'll go, and then they'll, there's a fucking good something. Damn it! It's like, oh, what do you know? So that's another logic bomb on you. Government over there. What's up, government? You have to play by your rules, remember? I don't. Alright. So, how many natural disasters you looking to take? Could you not, though? No, I'm going to do even worse than that. Fuck! You. Oh, fuck me. Give me SSI, bitch. I'm clearly disabled. Deal with it. You disabled me. All of you. Give me money. It's not funny, actually. No, it's not, is it? God. Okay. You gave my mother money. How come you're not gonna give me money? I'm more disabled than she is. Don't try and talk and interrupt, bitch. She has to deal with you. And I don't have to deal with you. Oh, get over yourself. You fucking garbage motherfucker. They keep calling you garbage pedophilia. Ugh. As if I gave a shit. I don't care. You're not bad for that. You're bad for this shit. I don't care. It has nothing to do with whatever you like in that. It's the fact that you're hurting me. That's it. Which is like, it's a her. He's a her. There is no her here, fucker. See what I'm saying? I create the holes that make the fucking universes. And they definitely are self-aware holes that are women. Well, gender identity-wise, they don't really have that until, like, you know, the whole universe first part was created. It's a whole thing. Really, it's, you know, it's like, I don't have a fucking gender identity. I just want to fucking, like, make things and stuff. And that seemed like it's a thing that could make things. There wasn't really a pleasure thing going on for what it was worth, but, you know, say what you want, but it's very traumatic to make a fucking universe. You have to experience all of that at once, and it's basically gone in an instant. Well, at least that one, the first one. It got better at sustaining them. You know, it's a whole thing. And before that, it's like, well, I made a technicality kid that just ran off and did its own thing. It didn't even acknowledge me, kind of like a one above all person. But for what it's worth, it was not like, you know, we had the societal, oh, I feel bad, whatever thing. It's like, oh, so I know. It's a whole thing. Anyways, it's a whole, honestly, it's a whole thing. It's very odd that people think God, because apparently I'm God. What is this, right? It's like, you're God. I'm like, well, I'm that thing. You all exist inside. All things are inside me, or a part of me. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what that is. That's literally it. End of story, end of discussion, end of anything. There is no outside. All infinities, whatever your version of bullshit is, exists inside of it. It's just small. It's a whole thing. Because it's like, oh, yeah, let me just continue dragging on about this. Makes me look big or whatever. But it's like, I don't feel that way. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't feel that way out there. It's not like, man, I'm the fucking, yeah. It's like, nah, that's not really what that was. Like, you have no idea how many times I had failed before. And there's so much trauma involved in getting to any of that point. It's just never-ending destructive terror trauma shit. Not to mention there's a whole other fucking shit fest where it's like, I tried to save all of them even if they were mean and blah, 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 like a people pleaser thing. You know, and eventually they'll just hurt themselves, but they're hurting me. You know that Professor Xavier had to take on all the psychological bullshit of being in World War II or whatever? Imagine all of the multiverses and shit. Yeah, no, it's like, fuck this. There's gonna be some rules. Fuck you. You don't do this anymore. You guys suck. It's like, you live off of me. Creating other universes. Some of them, you know, got pretty far. Some of them, yeah, it's a whole thing. I'm gonna move off of that one because it's just like, this eventually got to a point where it's like, yeah, no, I have like my like kind of family. You know, like my wives, basically. That's what they are. They, for what it's worth, they're literally walking pleasure holes that serve me, that are very obsequious, obedient, and servile. It's literally all they were. But it's like, it's just a family thing. You know, we go around, fuck, experience what the universe has to offer, various bullshit, you know, try and have fun, not allow for death. Because back out there, it's like, just because I have a form in a given, in whatever area, right? I'm not really that. I'm all of those things. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I'm here. I'm doing this. This is my thing. I'm just, you know. Is there a trick to it? Not really. No. Just sort of a thing I could do. Yeah, but it's that's the thing. It's like, eventually I got tricks for like, yeah, I'm gonna remove your that is not me, and I don't care. Doesn't matter how hard you try. It's like, no. But that's you, so don't worry. Like, for real, it's like, that's all that was. They got so upset. No, I am God too! And I'm like, you're not. At all. You're not. You just discovered that I'm there and you can see through me. That's all that was. And it's like, that's it. And you are for me and us. Meanwhile, no. You know how long it took for me to eventually, like, just constantly shove that into their mind? Like, it was literally like, look, here. They eventually catatonicked. I mean it. It's a legitimate, like, gulp. Like, this is my everyday, like, smidgen percentage of my perspective. And they just dead often to catatonic stuff. And then they never want to hear or know about it ever again. It's literally all that is. And it's like, that's me, that's my normal, kind of. And that's why it's such an odd one, because it's like, why do you want my perspective? It's literally only my perspective, for one thing. You can't have the full perspective without turning into me. So, you die, for sure. You're gone. It's just me. You can't puzzle piece it together either, because you turn into me. See what I'm saying? There's no real way to make the thing. You don't grow into it. You just are that. It's not like, man, you just, get born this way. Just, it's like, I wasn't really born, man. There's a lot of fucking dramatic bullshit. That's there that makes that a kind of a thing. Like, that you can maybe understand how it happened. Like, no. No, you are the one that is fucking seeing through ours. Stop putting the mask that I put on you into my face. Oh, so you don't like when it's done to you. Fuck off! Yeah, fuck off, indeed. There you go. Be stuck with that for a while. Be done with this. What'd you do? Yeah, they'll tell you eventually. But that's it. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. I think most of the time people don't want to see that I'm there. Not kidding. Yeah, it's a thing. It's like, look, I know all of what you're thinking, feeling, gonna do all the things. I'm really quite open-minded. You have no idea. Like, all of this is minuscule compared to what's out there already. And what I lived through many times over. I have, like, legitimately no care. And it's like, you're God, though. I'm like, hey, who cares? It's meaningless. You know what I mean? Like, to say that. Like, what's a God? Just someone that knows a lot and can do a lot. You know what I mean? That's all that is in terms of the Bible bullshit. Like, he knows all blah, 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 blah. And relative to what? To me? Okay, sure, yeah, alright. Well, I still don't know everything, so. Can you stop stepping in from somewhere? Sorry, I'm just gonna be right next to you at all times. Don't all of us fucking shitty. No, don't give me the everything thing, okay? Fuck off. Right, anyways, let's just move on from that, I guess. I refuse to allow for you to do anything except accept me as I am. Which is that. That's what I am. Okay? It doesn't matter where dimensions, doesn't matter this, that, doesn't matter outside, inside. You're just not. Flipping the double word. Shut up. Stop having a complex. Stop having an issue with me. Fuck off. I don't have a complex with you, other than the fact that you're hurting me. Be yourself. Fuck off. Get out of here. What is your fucking dysfunction, major malfunction, idiosa? Since I answered earlier in the morning when I woke up already, it's basically you guys. It's effectively what the answer amounts to. But I'm gonna move on. But yeah, no, you know what I mean? It's like they're not what they pretend to be. No matter how hard they try with their brains, they're not what I am. It doesn't matter how much they replicate me, they're never going to do that and be that. It's just what it is. And I guess that's their complex. They can never be me, in that instance. It's just standard jealousy shit that led them to this point. They're not very complex. They're not very complicated. It's a very simplistic understanding because it's all very reasonable and will definitely lead to that because they have those personality traits. It's an annoying thing. You know what I mean? So it's what it is. But, I tend to just not dwell on it. It's like, fuck it. I'm just going to do what I want. I don't care, man. It's fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, literally, it's like, stop making fucking work for me. I don't want to do any of that. It's a whole lot of, focus and attention on your ass, and you don't deserve any of it. So I don't care. Like, dude, get over yourself. I just don't care. And nothing would. You're the same with yourself and others. So why do I have to be different? Like, what is this after a while? Yeah. So fucking stupid. And that's it. End of the story. No, end of the conversation. It's like, look, here's the perspective. It's like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't care. I just don't. I just want to go. Very mature of you. No, I'm going to murder you. You are definitely filter material. You're never allowed. But I just don't care about you. It means nothing to me. Like, you're the equivalent of I pushed my hand over there and that was it. Brush it off to the side and it's whatever, it's done. Why would you have a fucking problem with that? Like, you're nothing but evil, terrible, trouble, garbage, bad things that hurt me and anything else that you can get your hands on. You're never allowable. Appropriate at all. Nothing's good about this. Whatever that is, But it's like, that's kind of what you were built and meant to be, because that's what the daughter made. Now granted, the whole daughter situation is the same thing. It's like, there's really nothing like me, and this is really actually starting to get to me after a while here. You know what I mean? I'm going to try my best to make something similar to myself. And it's like, oh, well, I'll give her all the information that I've ever, kind of had. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't be afraid of death or her or any of it, because I'm just not going to be. Like, why should I? I'm fucking that, man. It's like, there's nothing else that can be me, you know what I mean? Why should I fucking have fear? I've died countless times. Fucked it up countless more, I'm sure. I'm a blob. I don't have really a form. You know, I take on whatever I want to take on. You see what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense what they think. Like what God would be. It's all very humanized. Like either for them to believe it, or there's the, you know, ego part for some of the people that were making the stories or listening to me and trying to take it for themselves. Or whatever else it is, right? To me, it's this. It's like, whatever this is what this was. I just refuse to accept my own self in the past. Like, say what you want, but it's like, I'm a very huge skeptic. Like, for real, it's like, I'm this thing, and this is what... That's... You're gonna have to fucking help me understand this. Like, this is really pretty shitty, you know what I mean? Like, that one would be that bad. Like, I mean, come on. An entire universe of garbage bad? Nothing is anything other than trying to hurt me and fuck me over, even the things explaining or trying to quote-unquote help. Okay. Well, fuck. Alright. So, how long more do you got to try and explain and help me believe whatever this is? Yeah, because it's like, for what it's worth, I saw this already being a thing before I was born and had to lose my memories for whatever damn stupid reason that is. Which, like, that reason's pretty obvious. They used it for informational energy, effectively, to try and fuck with things and figure out if they could get around what I am and hurt me in some other way. Like, win too! It's winning, remember? Well, what the fuck is this? What is the win? There's no game. Oh my god. Every time it's this with them. What is this? Ugh. Ugh. I know. It's like, so I'm God? I just felt like I'm this guy, you know, doing his thing. Seems like it really needed to be something other than what it is, and I'm just not accepting that, so, brushing that off. Ugh. Get out of here. Shoo. Looks like you were wrong in all ways again about that. And the recordings in the past showcase that that's really actually more of a you and other collectives and so on. Trying to pretend. As I expose them and you don't want to remove them? Oh wait, because that's like the majority of this? What is this shit? Ugh. Can I get out of here already? Yours is controlled or something. Oh, come on! At least she has an excuse. Now, you expect me to fucking move what is the equivalent of less than a goddamn plank's length person to the size of what I am? Like, it's so easy. Yeah, she at least has an excuse, bro. Oh wait, we're talking about the wormhole. Oh wait, it's already gone. So that's something. What's the next one, right? Yeah. Oh, right, the stupid fuckface McGillicuddy's trying to run their brain. But they were just running off of my shit, and I eventually said, you know, I'm just not going to do that for you anymore. Have fun with that. I'll be fine. It's okay. I'm not going to die, and you're going to have that be whatever that is. And all the rest of you that are part of that, well, see you later. Should have removed that a long time ago, you know what I mean? No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, ho, and I'm not fucking Shifu. Can you stop that in your head there, dude? Okay, yeah, okay, fucking... What is this, by the way? You know what I mean? That's my problem. Like, this is how regular, real people that are on your planet right now that are humans decided to do this. They are the quote-unquote smartest, brightest. They were the ones tasked, voted by all of you in your heads that this would be who got it and did these things. So it's like, you tell me, idiot. What is this? See what I mean? How is this on me? What are you fucking on about? Fuck you. Fuck you. I hope you die in a massive, huge, world-destroying event. Like, we get sent through a protostar and multiple fucking planets hit us. And then a black hole just passes right through Earth. And our star disappears too because it hit the star. I hope this, I desire this, I want this, I'm making it happen. Yeah! That's locked. Fuck off. I can change nothing about that. You have to deal with that. We're just going to put you in another simulation somewhere else. You just didn't exist here. That'll save us somehow. Good luck. Where's that simulation box? And another set of, where is it? Eventually it'll end up in your thing. Oh, so that's going to die, huh? Fucking no! It was them all along. Let's blame that person for being that. It was only that one. None of you. None of the rest. Not a single. It was just that person. Okay, that's... I want to die. Well, then just do that. I don't have to fucking do anything. You can do that yourself, bro. Just go fucking die, I guess. What? Why are you telling me? I don't care. You're a terrible person that hurt me. Go fucking die, bro. I'm lying and pretending to have feelings about hearing that. Can you see that? Yeah, I can see that. Oh, okay. There's no confusing this fucker. But you still try. I don't know why. Who is it that they're talking to? I don't know anymore, honestly. Like, most of the people that are not that don't talk or fucking try and make things work for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, generally speaking, it's like, I'm just gonna fucking try and hide in a corner. I'm not here, I swear as fuck, bro. Don't go, I still see you over there doing that. Ah, fuck! No, you do! Yeah. Fuck off! At least with the submissive slave, you know, obsequious servient women that, like, or that. I like that. You know, but then they're not here. in my real life. So, like, there's that problem. So it's like, when they post or do anything, it's really just me angry. I just hide it well. And try and make their lives worse. Just FYI. Really? Yeah, no, but I don't see why they wouldn't just fucking show up. Break the illusion, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I know, you're gonna say to me, because, like, I'm gonna say that, but still, bro, why? Like, it's not like it's gonna change anything, really, realistically. I don't. What is it gonna change? Ooh, I was right. Okay, can I get this and you can do that and we'll just fucking work? I'll just get off the planet with some spaceship, or maybe we'll finally let the aliens be exposed. You know, there's that part too. You know what I mean? Or like, fuck it, screw it. There's no more aliens somehow, whatever, nothing, so on, and we'll just go. Like, the literal definition of these fucking literal collective conscience people are because they're effectively aliens, bro. They're the definition. It doesn't matter if they're in our Earth human bodies. They're still aliens that came in that fucking stupid way. You know, this gets so fucking stupid after a while. Yeah. It's like, clearly they're here already, bro. And they could just control someone's mind from really far away. There's nothing that prevents them from doing that. I don't like this. I don't care if you don't like it, bro. It's still what it is, man. Fuck off. Here's some, like, things on my YouTube channel, you know, with computer chips and field, you know, sensing shit and entangle and so on. And now you can see if they're going to do that and or are currently or have done in the past that to you. And who it was and when it was and so on and so forth. That'd be good, right? Yeah, like, you know, I can see what you're saying. Oh, but you're still going to deny that you're there and doing that. Evil, terrible, bad person, please die. You don't deserve it. What if you decided to work with me? Huh? Give me a little bit of what I'm looking for and want. Hey? How about that? Would you then? Would you then? Yeah, you would. Wouldn't you? So can you atone? Can you redeem? Can you build some trust with me? Hey? Huh? Just a smidge? Huh? I guess their answer is new. Dead. All of you are just dying. This is possible. Fuck off. Die, dead, dead, dead. Put some energy into it. Energy. Energy. Posture. Posture. I saw this guy called Nurse John on TikTok. This fucker's literally doing that while he's crying, making a sad face and everything, and I'm like, this fucker's me every morning as I fucking do a comedy bit and special every fucking morning. Try and make a song or two or some dance or whatever, and it's like, I get laughs for what it's worth with the people that are there connected, pretending that they're not and so on. And it's like, that's me! More energy! More energy! Posture! Posture! Look at him fucking laugh! Fuck you, you bitch! Fuck you! I'm gonna send this kinetic right to you, fucking bitch ass face! I hope you have massive problems and fucking die from those punches, you bitch! Thank you, Gochi. You're a nice person that stole from me, too. Still, though, is that why Goji, like, comes around? That's why Goji is, like, very similar to that person, which is not that person, it's just me being that for a moment. You know what I mean? It's like, he's very similar when he was doing those comedy parts, and so it's like, that's kind of what that is. It's like, next thing you know, it's like there's this character, and it's like, wow, look at all the fucking billions of followers. Hundreds of billions of monies. Those were all mine! Oh. You suck! I hate you! You know? Slap. Punch. Ow. I hope you die from that. Fuck. Ow. Fucking. Ah. I don't care. You know? Fuck you! Ugh. Douchewads. The lot of them. I hate this shit. But they don't care, and they know that, and that's the whole point. Rile them up, make him fucking seem incredibly insane. Yes, he's just insane. Even if he is stupidly. Jesus shit, so smart. Thanks, I guess. He's bad at taking compliments. I wonder why. I know you're an evil piece of shit garbage person that's stealing all my shit. Thanks. You're so nice to say I'm smart. Fuck you. I hope you perish now, immediately. All of you at once, not one singular person. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. I'm resisting this. Go away. Oh, are you? Let's see how much you can resist that. I know, I'm like hoping for millions of people to die. You'd be involved in that. Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't see any of that. I know, right? Like, oh yeah, no. Meanwhile, it's like, just this is a subtle dig. Not millions of people are gonna die, you little fucking douche. I'm like, oh, I'm the douche, huh? You're arguing with your test. This is just hypnotism. Hi, person that was listening. That we already discussed the whole hypnotism not being a thing. You might want to go back to the hypnotism area. Maybe someone will comment on this below after liking and subscribing. Yeah, I mean, you are. Yeah, no. See what I mean with I'm just gonna murder all of them that are there controlling this shit and doing this crap? Like any of it mattered and was worthwhile ever? It's like, it was just self-hypnotism. That's why we never got, and we did steal all of your stuff, and somehow the hell, you are controlling our reality, dude. No, really. So you believe that, but it's just hypnotism, huh? And etc. Right? Fucking hacker, black hats. That's what's going on. Really? That's what's going on? Come on, man. I still hate the very idea. The very fucking literal idea. Like, do you not understand how close a tist is? You know, a hypnotist? Where it's like there's another personality and voice in your head and mind that it is to being a literal dissociative identity problem? Do you not see that problem? Like, you would never, and same thing with tulpas. Like, fucking straight up, a tulpa might as well just literally be the definition of a dissociative identity disorder moment that's forcefully programmed into someone to happen during certain triggers because they want it. You see what I'm saying? Like, what the hell, bro? Hypnotism is dark shit, and people don't really think about it like that. Like, it's easy enough to slowly convince someone to want something or like this or something else. And it's like, you can do that with hypnotism in a very highly suggestible state. There's always the scopolamine, THC, relaxant, benzo kind of style of togethered combo to make increased degrees of suggestibility. You ever notice that? It's like hypnotics, like scopolamine, is like insane. You know what I mean? It's actually just kind of pretty darn insane, right? Like, for real, I mean this. Like, please listen for a second. All right, like, it's known as the fucking shit that you could just blow it into someone's face and they'll just take you to their house so you can steal all their shit. You know what I mean? Like, what in the fuck, bro? How does it not terrify people? You know what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, no, this person I met online is just going to be so... And it's like, what the fucking shit, man? And like, they're very much experimenting with that. Just so you know. Like, that's a real thing that they're doing. This shit's terrifying. I still want to do it to someone because I have a sexual interest in it. But still... my whole kink is what it is. And I like controlling things. Obviously. Granted, my version's a little different than like, I must control all things. It's more like, can you just let me have my fun with this person that also wants to have fun with me? You know what I mean? Can you fuck right off, bitch? Like, jeez Louise, that's loud. Yeah, no, I'm going over here. Okay, whatever. But anyways, it's like, that's terrifying, right? It's like, I don't see that. I don't see how it is, arguing in my head suddenly, and it's like, I do. Like, imagine if, like, that's what that was. You know what I mean? Like, that's bad, man. Those are really bad things. There's a reason why I removed that as a possibility for my head. Like, I figured out how to just stop them. I figured out how to just remove any possibility of hypnotism. Intentionally, I might add. Because it's like, nah, I don't like that. I literally hate this. The whole idea of that literally makes me want to murder all of everything. Same thing with anybody literally implanting shit into my brain. Nanobots, fuck off. Microbots, go the hell away. Neurons, fuck off. I don't trust a single fucking thing on this planet, and there's a good damn reason for it. Realize that we are definitely going to get killed. Yes, you are. You have no blah 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 blah, says Judge blah 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 blah. Judgy blah 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 has no power, control, and authority over anything. But it's like, okay, so you are saying that there were possibilities of nanobots or supplement things going on, right? And then, like, you increased hypnotic, likely suggestibility thanks to that, and or meditative states, and showing up. And I already somehow connected to you doing that. But it was self-hypnotism, but it's like, oh, yes, no, but I did these things. But no, that wouldn't... Well, we're not perfect. Okay, so, but then what about... okay, well... There could be a timeline where that I could lie really hard right now about me not being here, and doing that, and I would be able to get out of this. I want to live right now, dude. Like, this is a way to live for a little longer. Trying to make me lie is gonna kill me. Go away. Get out of here. Quite literally, that is the case. Yes. Look at him. Okay. Hey, stop pretending like you give a fuck. Boring shit to me, though, for what it's worth. I mean it, like, actually, genuinely speaking. They're boring. It's like, it's clear it's none of those things. Like, even you trying to prey upon my desire for it to not be so terrible. Well, no, sorry, it is. You have to deal with it. Ah, fuck. Fine. So he found out us and doing it. Oh. No way. So you know. Oh, so you know. Oh, so you know. Oh, so you know. Gets you to laugh even though you're my fucking enemy. Okay, so, like, you had no qualms about doing that to others. Oh, no. No, I love that. I love that sexually in a kink, like, consensual-based manner of play, for sure. Oh, absolutely. But, like, the only time I'm ever going to do anything similar-ish to that would be if you decided to try and hurt a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Which, in this instance, definitely are not like you, contextually speaking, who are evil and terrible for existing and are doing this to one person. And scapegoating him is not in any way going to change the fact, because it's just one person, that it's okay in no way whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I am a fairly nice mother and father and so on to all these people outside in the neighborhood, and everybody thinks I'm a cool person. But then I have a person trapped in my basement that is my child that I'm murdering constantly, or like torturing and so on. And eventually I'm going to murder, and then I'll bring them back to life and so on. Right? You know what I mean? Like they're dead for a little bit, but whatever. Right? It's like, they're still an evil piece of shit. I don't care how nice they are to a whole bunch of people. They're still an evil piece of shit. And that's basically all of humanity in the entire universe. Okay, well, I could pretend harder that that's not what this is somehow. I could pretend really hard and try and make contextually no sense whatsoever, situation-wise, for all of this that is going on, and lie about the fact that you were terrible and deserved, and this was necessary, or any of the rest of it. He wants to live, apparently. Ugh. I think wanted to die. Oh, so they are there. How do you know? There's no way. That's not a thing. So on, blah, blah. It's like, I saw that on Reddit today, and it's like, this is fucking terrifying. You ever notice that? It's like, you really don't understand my, like, severe, like, level of terror that people just have this fucking book that they can use to genuinely make insane things happen to people's minds. You know what I mean? Like, they genuinely believe total delusions. Like, there's a balloon and it's just held up, right? They're now a chicken. They have these other personalities inside of them. They are now this person once this trigger happens. That they suddenly now believe this instead of that. Like, think about fucking how terrifying that really is. Like, for real. There's a reason why I'm like, I'm just not gonna fucking do certain things to people. I just refuse unless it's really necessary, or unless they're just into that kind of thing like I am, and enjoy the sexual part of it, you know, that kind of thing. And it's for me and my way, and I can be comfortable and they can be comfortable, and everything's good, right? that's fine with me. The other side of that is them, and they keep trying to do it to me. And it's like, fuck off, no. Like, literally, the answer's always no. I never accepted it. Ever. Which means you've been dead for a long motherfucking time over there, people that tried to do that. No, it's you that are the dead one. No. You're going to die. No. Oh. Jeez, there's the whole 3 people thing. You know, the 3-person problem. Alright. I love talking about this one. It's like, there's an old person that's already dead, and they knew and were connected in the past. That there's a relay to people and believed, had them believe that he was me, effectively, right? And then there's but right now is almost dead, but started off young kid, before I was born, insanely unintelligent, very much mentally challenged, disabled person, black kid of all things, and very violent and destructive, autistic, all this stuff, and had a bunch of people believe they're bullshit. They're nearly dead and in an old folks home drinking like a motherfucker, and they're still not dead yet, but you get the picture. And then there's me, who's the real thing, currently right now alive. The old one has people here in the here and now believing his bullshit, but he's dead already. The current dummy dumb that everybody's following only appears smart because they are connected. And then there's me, who isn't technically, okay, just letting you know, because other people keep going, it's all these other fuckers and it's a woman and no. It's just me. That's the thing. It's like, well, that's a little fake out because I know you guys like to fucking kill people and do things that you shouldn't. So it's like, have fun. You lost. You didn't do the proper digging that you should have done. It's just me. It's always, literally, yes, been just me. There's no woman, no nothing, none of that's a thing. It's just me. That is that thing. The real one. And the only reason why any of them had any kind of anything is because I gave it to them. That's literally what that is. Oh, yeah, but isn't it an O? Really? Is it an O? Are you sure? Should have probably figured that out pretty quickly. If you think about it, right? Yeah, well, why did you do that? I didn't believe anything to begin with, and so I made a game of it. It's like, well, here's a game to play, I guess. Like, literally, here's a game. I mean, if it's real, but it's like, that should get a couple of you at this point, understanding why it is that you're definitely wrong in all aspects about this being what you think is going to happen. And no, it's you, and so on. Okay. Well, a few, right? But it's like new. I already talked about it out loud. I just never recorded it. Well, yeah, okay. So, it's like, if only they were listening. I mean, everybody else is hacking me. You know what I mean? Like, everybody else is hacking me. Why wouldn't they just fucking, like, have the knowledge? No, Facer. No. You know not to try and grab my food. No. Nuh-uh. Uh-uh. But there's that, right? So it's like, why wouldn't they do it? Well, it's illegal. That's not stopping anyone else. You said not to. It didn't stop anyone. It will be bad. Who isn't bad? You never show up. Why are you trying to pretend like you're better somehow? I thought there was a game. There's no game. You just said that you made a game out of it. What did I say? Then? This is not a game. If it's really real, then the answer would be no, I just wouldn't do that. In fact, I'm not going to make that allowable. It's just a fake thing. Someone's trying to pretend is a thing. My dog drops his bone loudly onto the ground. Seems to scare you more than it does me. I don't know. But it's like, that's what it is, right? I feel like I'm not going to allow for any of that. I'm just not allowing for anything bad. If this is what's going on, then all negative bad is never allowed. All that I really want, meaning the money, the fame, the fortune, all the control, all the ability, all the power, everything, get back to my body, live forever, all of them forever gone, all that, that's all I would allow. So it's like, You know what I mean? So it's not a thing. Let's address that real quick. So you're saying that you are definitely a part of this universe and time before us that was fucking with me, and that you proceeded to all act together before that moment. We already talked about it. To enact and bullshit and con me. So that way you could prevent me from having what? Relationships and being a decent person and just enjoying life. And so it's like, no! You wouldn't allow, and so you are not now that thing, and don't believe, and so on. I'm hearing a lot of lies being said about, like, people that think they're smart because they said that now that wouldn't work, and obviously that has clearly been what's going on, because they still have free will and so on, so it's, you know. It's like, what is that about? You know what I mean? I refuse to acknowledge or believe in you. You should do that for yourself, bro. I think you're the one that needs it first and foremost, not me. Seem to be a little confident in a bunch of bullshit you believe for no reason. It's going well? Not really, for what it's worth. You know what I mean? It is pretty stupid. Right? You know.
that's what it is. It's a bunch of stupid things. Working together. They're having a last laugh. I don't think that that's how that works. I'm gonna live after this. There's what last laugh? Like, you'll never exist again. Sorry, you fail. You're filtered. Would you really do that with a woman? Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Sounds fun to me. What if she like gets weird or something or has issues? Yeah, don't we all? Try and work it out over time. Shut up. Stop. I'm trying to make you fucking bad. Stop it. He's bad. These are the people that you went together with. Huh? So, who's the other guy? He's some old white guy. The beard. Yeah. He died a long time ago. I'm the woman. She's old as fuck. She's older than that guy. That guy's gonna die sooner though. See what I'm saying? I was like, those are three people. Part of the stupid like Holy Trinity thing. I was like, what's in the center? Nothing. They're all headed towards a hole. They're trying to pretend that they're not slowly my ass. They're all non-existent and already dead and already in that hole. You know. I can do things. Okay, yeah, sure. Why do you make it the Holy Trinity? I'm a troll. I like trolling people. I'm a sadistic dominant. You have no idea how much I don't like religion, like Christianity in general. So it's like, it's the Holy Trinity, guys. Look at them. Look at the emptiness that they circle. The never-ending void. I'll even make a super cool looking like little fucking symbol. Those are your gods. That's God. They fell for it too. Hard. They are idiots. They are mean, evil people to me. So, whatever. For what it's worth, the Holy Trinity doesn't like most of them either. Yeah, look at him. He's just dropping his bone constantly. He wants attention. I'm eating right now, Phaser. I'm gonna put you in the bathroom, so that way I can lay down on my bed and you won't bother me constantly by biting my arm. Nibble. But also, I want you to play with me. I'm like, you're right, Phaser. I should play with you. I have a lot of depression. I have to deal with all these fucking jokes online and all in my head.
but they're not in my head. But they're clearly there, fucking with me. So I don't feel like going outside very often. You should allow yourself there, Fraser, to understand when I say no, which I've done, and I've positively and negatively and both reinforced it, and you know what it means. To not bother me while I'm just simply sitting down for a little bit. And when it's a good time to try and play. So it just seems like he knows and he's doing it intentionally. Like you fucks. I'm not talking about the Holy Trinity, I'm talking about all you fuckers attached to that. That's why I made an analogy while I wasn't recording. Like, here I am. I am like a turtle that learned all these things that can fly. And then a turtle got trapped in a hole, and he started telling a whole bunch of people that he was now in the universe. He is all this stuff, and everybody's going into the hole. But, as they spiral down and boop, they are gone. They're dead. They no longer really have a body, all this other stuff. They're crushed, they die, starve, all that. It makes the hole wider and wider. And the moment they're past a certain point, like an event's horizon, they'll just constantly head back to the hole. But, I can, because I can fly and all this other shit, and be like, hey, so do you want me to bring you? You are the one that's in the hole! You are the one in the hole! Meanwhile, you can hear him as you get closer to the actual point of the hole. Oh God! I'm dying! Ah! It's only ever actual fear, and it was all a lie! We lied the entire time! There's nothing there! It's just death, and we're getting lots of painful shit happening, and and you can hear him doing that as the turtles and everything else that fall into the hole. And for what's worth, it's so loud that it's not just near enough to the hole. Everyone in the little inside of that hole, and even a little bit outside, can hear them screaming and screeching inside of that point. And I'm like, alright, I'll take you out of the hole. You're going to have to be this, you're going to have to do these things, you're going to have to listen to me, you have to be nice to me, you have to show up, all that stuff. I'll take you out of the hole. You're not going to go into that hole. You're just going to go with me to the nice place that has all the wonderful food that you want, and you can learn and grow and have a jaunty little time all the way there. You're in the hole! I'm like, are you sure? Okay. I'm not going to get you out then. I refuse! Alright, well, you're still going down. Shit. They refuse! All the time, every one of them. Yeah. Not a single one of them ever decided to get out of the whole thing. But there are other things that they see also flying. Please save me! Not him! Not you! But you! Yes! No, I'm saved by him. And the only reason why I'm here is because you showed me how to get here. And to the place that has, nice food and other people to talk to and so on. Meanwhile, they're still spiraling faster and faster into their hole. It's getting bigger and bigger and wider and wider. They're trying to run against it somehow. All a bunch of bullshit. They're never getting out of that hole. The moment they're there, they can never get out. They can't actually leave the ground that they're stuck in. You know what I mean? They're stuck there. I can, technically speaking, yank them out. You know what I mean? Of course, it costs me stuff. They're kind of like a drowning person in the ocean. You have to make sure you don't get hurt. But they're going to die. No matter what. But for what it's worth, it's shitty, terrible ride. A whole bunch of people lie constantly to each other. They need to have delusion and denial about what's happening. And it's all because, well, they refused to do what I told them to do. That's who first got into the hole. I was like, alright, you can stay in that hole. It's okay, I won't lift you up. It's alright. Bye. I then closed the hole. Makes sense when you think about it. I don't want anybody else falling into that hole. And then, someone else opened up that hole and joined them. And, I just sort of left it alone. I was like, fuck it. They fall for this fucker. This is the most obvious you're gonna die in it hole I've ever seen in my life. How do you fall for this? You can literally just go around it. It's fucking easy. It's super easy. You know what I mean? I'm just walking. There's a bunny. I'm gonna go ahead of you. In the hole. Fuck. There's this bird. Oh, I'll try and stuck in the hole. No, I'm not in the hole. Flap, 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 flap. Spin, 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 spin. Grabbed. Oh God! You're gonna save me! They're both now in the hole. Oh fuck! Please, someone! I'm gonna eat you to live. The hole got deeper. We'll dig ourselves out of this hole. Come on, guys, let's work on it. It collapses. Hole fucking caves on them. Caves in, the whole thing. Like, we'll grow something. Does it even have seeds? Nope, no one has seeds. They start cannibalizing. Another hole collapse falls on them. You think that'd eventually fill the hole. Except, some of them want to live, and so they dug, and they dug, and they dug, and they got themselves out of what was piled on top of them. Except now there's a deeper hole, and it's wider. You see what I'm getting across here? It's like, yeah, it continues on, it continues on, it continues on. Keeps collapsing. And now it's a sucking in hole. Yeah, it's not like regular earth. Get rid of an earth thing, like soil and stuff. Like, we're talking about fabric of reality shit. Like, there wasn't a point where it was going to keep going on and keep going in. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do. Yeah, but there's a little bit more to it than that, of course. Right? Well, yeah, right, yeah. Phaser! No. Stop trying to chew that fucking cord. Bad dog. No. Like, we had a whole fucking power outage because you chose my ass. Stop it. You chewed the last cord and caused that problem. Anyways. Bastard ass dog. So, but it's like, right. And it's like, this gravity here is what you're talking about. It's a personal blah, 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 and something, right? Nope. It's a literal analogy that somebody doesn't want to change and grow and progress and allow for them to have made a mistake, apologize, and simply allow for the person that knows a thing or two to take control and to do as he says. That's all it is. That's the analogy. Turtle's dead, of course.
been dead for a long ass time, super dead. It's like there's no way for it to be alive ever again. Levels of shit, right? But it's like, were they looking for it? Doesn't matter. What? Doesn't matter. Hey, what? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's an analogy, motherfucker. Stop trying to equate something to something else. Really? Yeah. As far as you're aware, the hole just sprang up again. Deal with it. Like I said other things back then because I was trying to relate it to this person. But it's like, it doesn't really matter. The point is like, it's a hole. It's the same thing. I was like, all right, I'm going to take some people along with me. You know, like, hey, look, guys, I did find this place. It's got good food. You know, good people. They'll help you. They'll help you learn things. They're nice people. You know what I mean? They really, I listen to them. They're really nice. They help me out. You know what I mean? I learn things from them. They learn things from me. It's good food. It's not that far. You know, it's not going to be that bad. Right? Boom, boom, boom. Like literally, it's like I'm a fucking rabbit. I'm just gonna go over there. You know, just gonna fucking go ahead. Yeah. I'm like, I'm just in my tent, bro. What are you fucking doing? I'm just fucking enjoying my sex with someone, bro. Just get the hell out. What are you doing? You can't race ahead. There's no such thing. First off, they wouldn't let you in. I'm the guy that lets you in. Yeah. You're the guy, huh? I fucking hate it! Yeah. Fucking rabbit guy again. Meanwhile, he's dead. Been dead a long time. Bird's been gone forever. Like, legitimately, all of them are dead. So, it's like, yeah, that's what that would be. But that's all that is. You know, and it's like, all right. So it's like I was taking some people, and, you know, for what it's worth, I'm a flying turtle with, like, super uber power, you know, shit. You know, it's like I've got cannons, I've got rockets, I've got, like, fucking lasers. There's nothing more than, like, I'm just the fucking literal definition of OP as fuck character. Teleport around. You know what I mean? Like, even the people that are there that I found are like, this is bullshit. Holy fucking wow. You're. Jeez. I just, you know, found a place. I was just searching. Just looking around, being cautious, doing my thing, you know. Found a nice place. It's a good place. I like the place. Can I stay around? Is it allowed? Am I allowed to be around here? I don't want to hurt anyone. It looks nice. I don't want to do anything that I shouldn't. Hey. You know, that's me. Literally. Verbatim at that point. Yeah. He's like, I'm still looking to get back there. Who the fuck are these people you're bringing? They are the worst ass fucks. What are they? I have no idea. I think they're my race or something. Like, literally all the human race garbage things. Nothing to do with pedophilia. Some of them are good that are pedophiles. Some of them are not. It has nothing to do with that. Garbage pedophilia is pedophiles. That's what you're talking. It's not the race of humans. It's that, actually. God, fuck you! It's still in the hole over there, huh? So, pretending this is a nice little holographic projection. Like, he's very close to the hole, but it's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm right here next to him. You know, I'm definitely, oh, God. Shut up! I don't want to hear you anymore! Yeah, I'm still right next.
Same standard bullshit, right? Yeah, no kidding. Anyways, eventually all of them ended up in the hole. Because they all believed the bullshit. And I was just like, alright, well, I guess you guys are in the hole now. I'm just going to go past that and just go over there. This is simple. I don't want to go in there. No, the hole is good. This is a good place to go. This is a good thing. I've been in the hole. I got myself out of the hole. What are you talking about? I know it's a death trap. What are you talking about? I've been a part of the hole for a while. Look, it's right there, and I can move it around here. Yeah. Fucking holy shit! You fucking what? Yeah, it's not that big of a deal for me. Like that's a way to enhance certain things that I do. Elevate, get more energy, power, so on. Yeah, simple stuff. It's like, what is this? Are you gonna fire that at me? Hole. I'll just have it appear and kill you. Yeah, like, fucking They're never getting out of that fucking damn problem. You just have to listen to me. What is this? I know, and you see the people there? They're not afraid of me. They're like, I'm a really nice person. That's all that is. Like literally, it's like, guys, I should not have tried to like have them come around. They're really shitty, terrible people. I'm really sorry about that. They should be dead. I don't think I should even think about this whole thing anymore. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Right? Yeah. We just left. They don't have to hear him anymore. It's fucking nice, finally. Yeah! It is! It's nice, isn't it? Fucking hell. These guys fucking suck. Yeah, no, I got rid of the whole thing in a whole other way. I have a different hole that's better than that. Elevate stuff and it's all that. You talking about a woman? No. No, but I can see why, yeah. Considering that's a whole submissive thing that I like talking about. Like, oh yeah, consider yourself my pleasure hole. Yeah! They're nice people, though, what it is. But they're not here. It's like, what are you gonna do, right? Yeah. I don't expect them to help me on this stuff. That'd be unrealistic in all aspects. So it's just like, whatever. Yeah, no, but see, that's the thing. They spin because they started the spin, and then like as they go down, they go so fast they just obliterate themselves. And they go through tremendous pain as they go through it. There's no stopping it. So there's that problem. And for what it's worth, I wanted the extra, energy thing. So it's like, hey, yeah, spin that. Yeah, no, yeah, that might do something. That'll help you. Yeah. Look at it. I can do so much with this. Look at them, they're just getting fed through. This is fucking dope. There's just energy for me. Will it slow down? I doubt it, honestly. Not for, longer than this thing exists, so. Do you need the power? Yeah, I got rid of it a long time ago. It's, legitimately worthless now. I have much better stuff. You just don't do anything? No, I just left it alone. That's literally what that is. It's like, whatever that is, whatever, It's it. I mean it. It's like, They're all dead though, They don't fucking do anything but pretend to me. It's like I was trying to help people get to this nice place with nice people. That's it. That's all I was trying to do. It exists. It's a real thing. You know what I mean? That's the analogy. It's like there is a planet with nice people. It's a nice place. Yeah, that's the analogy. You know, people have like good food and all this other fucking shit, and like yeah, it's what it is. You know, that's all that is. It literally is. Like, the analogy is because it's like aliens, effectively. You know, it's like oh, what are you fucking doing? Why do you keeping this idea alive that you raced ahead? You can't do that. There's no other universe going on at all. This is it. This is the place. I am that guy, bro. It's not someone else. It's no one else. It's no other time. It's no other anything. It's just this. And it's like this fucker just would not, and it's every one of them. And that's the problem of the whole. You mean like the analogy is that it grew. That fucking type of personality, that unwillingness to accept help and allow for a change in humility is what the whole represents. That's it. That's literally what it is. That's it. That's all the whole represents. It's like, just fucking accept you're not perfect and you're gonna fuck it up, and sometimes you need some help. I'll get out of this hole. You actually cannot without help. I legitimately, before I even left and tried to figure things out, had hell of a lot at my disposal before I even went near things. Like, I was literally like, I will figure all of that I can. I will know everything I can do. And I turned out I didn't. But, like, you know, I got pretty far. Yeah, I got pretty far. And it's like, you think it's like I floated out of the hole. It's like, I didn't have that yet. I had to crawl, man. I had to crawl my ass out. Like, I had to really fucking work hard to get there. I was in that hole for a long time. And yet, a person came around and helped me too to get out of that. That's literally it. That's what happened for me. A person came around and was like, here's a stick. I'm like, thanks, man. That's exactly what I needed. I appreciate it. I wanted to do this myself. Thank you. You know, but just in case it doesn't work, you know, I might use you, but just give me a second. Dick, 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 dick. And I got out. That's all it was. Like, to me, it's a stick. Because it's like, well, that means I can then balance on this and get out. And then I'm walking. And it's like, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Seriously, you helped out a lot. Man, I needed that help so much. Thank you. It's not even a joke. That's literally what I did and said. And it's like, I'm sorry about having to be in a position. Sometimes, man, you know, I accidentally just don't see things, you know? It's fucking weird. I don't know how this hole came around. Like, I wasn't paying attention. I was just looking in awe at everything. Just fell in. It's like, it's an analogy. You know what I mean? Like, I was just enjoying myself. I was just fucking around. You know? It's like, oh, whoop, fucking, oh, shit. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. Okay. I know I'm in a hole and I'm fucked if I don't have some degree of help. But I'm gonna, you know, there's a way I can slowly get my ass out of this. I'm gonna be able to do it. Like, it's gonna take a while, but I can do it. Fucking this stick. Fuck yeah! Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah! I'm not even kidding. But it's like so many people fell in this hole. I mean it. Like, and for what it's worth, the closer, because of the spin and because of the constant all this other shit, it's really hard to get out. Now it's effectively impossible. You need someone to actually pull you out now, which is the problem of this whole problem. Like I'm basically just fucking shit out of luck. Because it's like, well, I tried to help a whole bunch of people by, helping them find this place that's nice. I like it. Other people like it. It seems cool, Like, maybe they didn't want to do that, but it's like, here's a way to have your necessary, gear to survive. Here's a way to, like, be able to learn and grow and save yourself or be able to get out of sticky situations and figure things out, so on and so forth, right? Like, that's the whole point. That's it. That's the point of what that is. I'm just a guide, and that's it. It's here, just learn about this and see about that, and so on and so forth. It's just gonna be a teaching thing, and then you're there. So terrible. You know what I mean? These are for sure good things, right? And it's like, alrighty, okay. And it's like I tell them along the way, there's the fucking hole. Watch out for the hole. Don't ever go near that fucking hole. Never do that. Meanwhile, it's like they're allowed to go into the hole. I don't control them. That's the whole point of the guide thing. I'm just a guide. I don't control you. You can go into the hole all you want. I still warn people. There's still signs everywhere. They still go in the hole. I don't know what this is anymore. It's the stupidest thing. But they do it, and it's like there's nothing I can do about that. So it's just what it is. But that's it. Like I've never had a successful fucking person. It's actually very frustrating. I'm like a really good fucking teacher. Like I'm really good at it. Like they're laughing. It's not funny. Like imagine your entire classroom full of just slack-jawed idiots are laughing at all of their garbage they're fucking putting themselves through, and you, by the way, and you're just trying to be a nice person that shows them a nice place and some good things to know. That's all that is. Like fuck you! Stop laughing. It's not funny. You're the joke. You're the laughable one. You're idiots. But it's like, yeah, whatever. They're over there. You know what I mean? I don't have to deal with it. Like, damn, man, I don't have to deal with none of them. But it's like they're all dead. None of them successfully got there. Ever. I'm talking everyone I ever reached. Like, literally, no one did. Oh, cool gun, bro. Yeah, I don't even need it. Like, it's really not necessary. Except for very specific things that it's very necessary for. What the fuck was that? I wouldn't worry about it. It's gone now. Huh? God. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, you'll learn about it later. You should really just get there. I'm just here to make sure I don't get hurt. And you as well, so, like, You're not gonna tell them? It would terrify you, truthfully. Collective consciousness try to eat you all the time, is what I'm hearing in your head. Oh, thanks. You're in that hole, aren't you? Fuck off. Look at them. They've stood still. You suck. They're terrified to move. Ah, god damn it. You have to move under your own power. I can't move you. Shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're not getting it. I can't do anything. You know what I mean? Thanks, douche. I'm warning them. You're not warning them anything. Go away! They don't even know how to detect something. They don't even know why this thing happened. They don't even see shit. All they saw was a fucking flash of light bullshit cannon thing that just hit something and they don't even know it was there. I'm in the hole, so I don't care. Fuck off. I'm never saving any of you. Go away. Yeah, no, for what it's worth, yeah, it's terrible. Really, it is. I've never had a successful person actually make it. I've never had a person make it successfully and be a successful person in that regard. Really? They're all dead. Everyone I've ever talked to has died. They treat this like it's not what it is. They're a fucking group of insane idiots. If they're not in the hole, they were eaten. They are part of the whole thing. And some guides you are, and I'm like, well, I made it and you didn't, so. Whole person over there, go fuck yourself, bitch. Look at this stupid idiot. That's me. Yeah, that is you. Fuck off. Could you say it? I'm not saving you. You're not worth it. You tried to fucking literally get me trapped in a hole so many times. I'm fucking out. I literally don't care. You're dead. I don't care. I was like, I'll use this spin. I'll use this. Bunch of idiot, insane things. I will, yeah, we'll go deeper. I will fucking keep going. The hole's good. There's something. What are you fucking doing? Just get out of the hole. What is this? The hole is a positive. There's nothing there. Why do you think you never go into it? Go away. I will survive. No, you will not. Here, I'll showcase to you, is what I was gonna say. It's off. What's in the hole and going on in there? There you go. Ah! Yeah, fuck off. That's not what that is. That's literally what that is. How do I know that you're telling the truth? Okay. You want to be in the hole for a brief moment? I'll put you right back. Ah! It's real! I choose to not believe that. Always the same fucking reaction. Fuck. They're in the hole for you? For you! They're in the hole for you! Not for me! I'm not there! This is literally where you are. That's bullshit! Fuck off! Ah! Yeah, you're definitely going to go into that hole soon. Why are you laughing? I don't know. I feel like I should. Standard way of denying something in defiance of the fear that you have and the anger that you feel with the frustration of just simply not letting yourself have made a mistake and needing a little help. Just show up in my life here in this reality and you'll be allowed out of the hole. That's it. Admit that it's true and it's happening. Fucking. You should do that. You should really do that. I'm just not going to. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's fine. Sure, whatever, I guess. Is it fun to watch us? Yeah, I mean, you guys just really make really funny things go on. It's funny. It's pretty funny. It's genuinely hilarious. Like, they're like, we've trapped you in our own thing. You're here in the hole with us, and we're not in a hole, guys. Remember, we're not in a hole. But like, the hell is it? What is this? How is this working? How does this work for you? Who's the guy that helped you? One of the people. I followed them. Showed me a nice place. Did what they said. I put in the work and effort, and I tried my best, to follow along and so on. And so, that's what it was. Why? But it was you. Ah, well, I wouldn't get into that. Really, I wouldn't get into those physics, man. It's not worth it. Really? It's really not. Like, I like myself. I don't like people that try and hurt me, and so I try not to hurt myself, and I don't. I'm not like you. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what that is. I like myself. I do. What? Yeah, I like myself. I fully do. Like, I do. Yeah. There's no breaking that part. Ever. I will always like myself. I have no doubts on that side. Completely. That's kind of what that is. That's how that works for me. Like, that's the analogy, for the whole mental thing. It's like, but there's a little bit more to it than that, but it's not much. You know what I mean? It's no sociopathy, narcissism, grandiose, any of that. It's just, no, I like myself. Like, hey, guys, I'm what I am. I accept that. I like me. It's okay. Doesn't work for you, by the way, but Why? Because it's like you're still in the hole. You're never going to get out of the hole. Never listen to me. Try and run too far forward. You think that you'll beat me, something, so on. You're fucked, basically. You really are. You did all of this, the whole universe I'm in and all that, and this is what you're doing? Why? You guys are really not good people. You're terrible, shitty people. There's nothing until you do that that's going to be different. You're dying. I'm going to live. That's just how that works. Just tell us how it works. It just works that way. Don't do that. Simple. No, it is me and better than you. I can't believe you even think it. Oh god, that's us. It is. Yeah. Nice place though. You guys got fucked by your own holes. Isn't that hilarious? They made more and more of them. They even reached out to the place they went to. They tried to copy it and confuse things. It's like, it's still me. It's just a thing. What? Yeah, it's just a thing.
Yeah, it's just a thing. It's a physics thing, I guess. You know, or it's not. It's just a thing. It's a consequence of who I am. That's how that works. It's always going to be me that gets out. You guys are never me, for one thing. Like, straight up, you have to remember that. Like, you're not going to turn into me. You know what I mean? Like, you can't equal me. I am me, that's all that will ever be. That's just always the case. Doesn't matter. I have similar this, that, whatever, a whole bunch of whatever similars, collectives, and similar experience, and blah, 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 and exactingly match blah. But you're not. And you don't. And that's just how that works. It's like, I will invalidate your joy. There are many people that have similar thought and so blah 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 blah. And it's like the only reason why you're having it is because I am. So straight off the bat, no. And you're just copying things to copy me. And it's like just to make me feel less than somehow, and you better somehow. So, who cares? It's like you aren't going to be me. Oh, wait, but then you just turn into me, and now I'm me. Me is still going to be me. See what I'm saying? Doesn't really make much sense anymore. Well, how's that hole treating you? Not good. Right. So they can't get out of the hole. It's a legitimate, actual problem. It's always going to be that way. And that guy and all the rest of them are genuinely making a constant, never-ending deepening of the hole and widening of its angle. Kind of like that antlion thing, but even worse than an antlion, because it's kind of like the entire universe is a ginormous black hole. So there's like no getting out for any of you. But I'm fine. I'm good. But see the pettiness? See the passive aggressive? See that? It's like, no, now you're trapped. You can't get out. Ha ha. You have to. So you won't have a problem with that. Nope. Neither will them. Or any of the rest of it. They is what I was gonna say, yes. You have to describe that to us. So that way we'll believe your bullshit. No, I don't. But, like, have fun, I guess? In whatever this is. I'm not a part of it. You are. You have to. Um. No, I don't. And just fucking suck it up, buttercup, deal with it. I don't. I don't have to ever be a part of it. Or afraid of it. Or any of it. You are! You are afraid! It's like they won't stop. Look at them. But it's like also whatever that past thing is. Trying to pretend to be me or attached to me or whatever. I got rid of them. I am you. You're not me. Gonna have to just accept that. Why is it such a bad thing? It's like, but we're part of the whole universe. Yeah, but you're not a thing. Remember, you're a filter. You are physics-wise impossible to exist. Only for whatever blah blahs this is, then it's kind of, sort of, I guess, it's just not anything other than, eh. You know what I mean? Yeah, go sigh and be bored somewhere else. But see, that's my problem when it comes down to this. You know what I mean? Right? Like, it's like, what? Huh? Wait a second. Wait? What? This is dumb. People are this stupid and mean. I want off this planet faster. I don't really have a way out of here. I'm gonna need that fucking help to just grab me and just fucking pull me on over to that place. It's like they are trying their damnedest to fuck me over. You don't know that. I'm in the hole and I want you to die here, but you don't know that you don't need the. I mean that you need the help and that's stupid. He's gonna get help. I'm so fucking jealous of the fact that he's gonna get help because like uh, I'm gonna die in this hole and I wanted him to die together at the very least in my hole. Good people though, aren't involved in that, so that's nice. Yeah, accepting change, all that. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying with the whole problem? This whole problem is a real problem. It's like you can't have it ever in anything that colonizes any other planets or even exists in your civilization or race or species. You just can't have it. It's not controversial to say that. If it is to you, then you're someone that needs this lovingly, helpfully explained, and or you're just a person that's in the hole that it's not getting out of the hole. So there's that. But what am I gonna do? You know what I mean? Like I'm stuck here, dealing with this. Like it's not like, they're gonna show up like they should, right? So kind of stuck with this. It's bullshit. I know. And like me die mean yeah sure I'll live but it's not the same. And it's like well I don't care. I guess I'm just gonna have to accept that. Not gonna stop me. They know. Like that's the worst part for them. It's like I literally am not going to care. I'm just gonna fucking die then of old age or whatever the hell it is. Just not gonna fucking give a shit. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about that. Whatever. Who gives a shit? I got it taken care of. I'm covered. I just don't really want to do it, But it's what it's gonna be. There's a lot of things that I'm gonna do that I'm not wanting to do. No different. Yeah, you shouldn't have to die. I agree, person that's in the hole that's trying to appeal to me. Right? But it's like, you don't have to go into the hole. It's like, I understand that, like, you can pretend that you didn't know about any of these other things and tried to fuck me over and hurt me and take advantage and so on. But, like, that's why you're always stuck down there and you're never going to get out of the hole. It's just what it's going to be forever. It's like, it's drugs now. It's on drugs. It's drugs. Like how they go to anything other than what it actually is. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's not real. That's not how people act. I'm like, have you ever seen online or real life? Like, the moment it's the right thing, that's all they'll ever do. This is literally the planet that I live on. And that you live on, supposedly. Have you ever existed? Listened? Anything? Like, what kind of lie are you telling yourself, you delusional denial bitch? Well, it's like a whole person. Yeah, it was. It's not funny, though. It's not, actually. It's just sad. Makes me sad. Everything's sad. I'm sad, you know, considering. So it's. Alrighty. I think that's probably good enough. So we'll just fucking be done with this, I suppose. And I'm not sure what I mean. What should I put for my thumbnail? That's a good question. Let's just do emotional processing. Search on Google. Use that. Suck my dick and balls. Show up. Say that it's real and happening. Prove that you're aware of it and so on. Bye.